Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
आज तक विदेश में जो हमारा भारतीय लोगों को समस्या जैसे होते हैं उसको लाने में और संभालने में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो आज तक होते आए हैं, कभी भी पहले ऐसा कोई सरकार नहीं करते थे, इतना व्यापक सहायता करते हैं। वो तो हमारे विदेश मंत्रालय उसमें अपने अपने मिशंस होते हैं हर देश में, वो मिशन के माध्यम से भारतीय लोगों को मदद करते हैं हमेशा।
कुछ डिटेल आई है कहाँ
नहीं, वो तो विदेश मंत्रालय को मालूम होगा।
Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of the Iranian terrorist regime, is dead. Khamenei stood at the head of the Iranian regime that pursued the destruction of the State of Israel and the destabilization of the West. Day after day, since 1989, Khamenei not only called death to Israel, he acted on it. He built a massive ballistic missile program, over 3,000 surface-to-surface ballistic missiles, and plans to expand it to 8,000. He moved toward nuclear weaponization despite international agreements, and mobilized an army of proxies across the Middle East. Yesterday, operating in close coordination with our US partners, we took action. In the largest aerial operation in the history of the Israeli Air Force, with close to 200 aircraft operating in parallel, Khamenei's rule came to an end.
Welcome back. The conflict in West Asia is escalating with both sides on the offensive. Let's now take a look at these defining images of the day. With the latest thermal imagery accessed by India today, Operation Epic Fury seems to be laser focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. US forces have claimed that they are hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly and unapologetically. US forces have released video of destroying Iran's naval fleet in the Gulf of Oman. American military says it struck 11 Iranian Navy ships as part of its strikes. United States has justified the action and has said Iranian regime harassed and attacked international shipping in the Gulf of Oman for decades. US Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia was hit in a likely drone attack. Later, smoke was seen rising from the building. US Embassy in Saudi Arabia has issued shelter-in-place notification for citizens in Jeddah, Riyadh and Tehran. The number of American service members killed since the launch of Operation Epic Fury has risen to 6 as fighting across West Asia intensifies. American pilots reportedly shot down over Kuwait were carrying a blood chip, a survival message soon inside their jackets. This is what the message said. I am an American and I do not speak your language. I will do you no harm. Please give me food, shelter, water, clothing and a doctor. Help me reach American or friendly forces. So when you provide my name and this number to the US authorities, you will be rewarded. US Department of State has urged all Americans to immediately depart more than a dozen countries in West Asia. The latest advisory applies to United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel and the occupied West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria and also Yemen.
At like 2 o'clock in the morning, there were just hundreds.
The UAE air defences are currently dealing with missile threats. The government has urged all citizens and residents are requested to remain in safe places and not leave until instructions are issued by the competent authorities. Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on the Hezbollah-dominated southern suburbs of Lebanon. People heard warplanes and bombs being dropped as airstrikes were carried out over wide swathes of the south of the country, collapsing buildings and villages near Tehran. Israel carried out attack on Hezbollah hideouts in Beirut after the Iran-backed Lebanese group launched missiles and drones towards Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. IDF is targeting command centers and weapons storage facilities of Hezbollah. Iran's Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi shared an aerial image showing rows of freshly dug graves. Iran claims that 160 innocent young girls who were killed in the US-Israeli bombing of a primary school there.
A Shahed 136 drone delivered a significant impact on a building in Dubai where American military personnel were stationed.
Allahu Akbar. Hey. Shamsir bhai.
Dubai airport has turned completely deserted after operations were suspended due to continuous Iranian airstrikes, one of which struck the iconic facility. Visuals show not a single passenger or staff member at what is usually one of the world's busiest airports. Two drone attacks from Iran targeted a water tank of a power plant and a Qatar energy facility. Qatar's Ministry of Defense said in a statement, no casualties have been reported and authorities are addressing damages and losses. Another massive escalation in the ongoing Middle East conflict. Sources say Iranian forces have fired Ahmad and Qadr ballistic missiles. These are Tehran's medium-range ballistic missiles. Sources say US flag tanker Stena Imperative hit by two projectiles while anchored in Bahrain port. The fire on the tanker has been put out and the crew evacuated vessel safely. An Indian national has been killed after an oil tanker was attacked in the Gulf of Oman by a bomb-carrying boat. 16 Indian nationals were on board the tanker. Indian embassy says it is in constant touch with Oman authorities. The assault on Tehran intensifies. The IDF claims it has launched a sweeping new wave of attacks on the Iranian capital. Multiple blasts have been heard across the city. Dramatic scenes in Israel and Iranian missile strikes a neighborhood in the city of Beersheba. CCTV captures cloud of smoke emerging from the locality after the missile strike. US Embassy in Islamabad and the consulates in Karachi and Lahore suspended all visa and American citizen services till March 6th. This comes after violent protests erupted following the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. The action comes after a violent mob opened fire at the US consulate in Karachi and tried to set it on fire. The UAE successfully intercepted a drone fired by Iran in Ras Al Khaimah. Debris fell from the operation with the shrapnels falling near civilian areas. No injuries were reported.
The US has confirmed that 3 F-15 fighter jets crashed in Kuwait. Central Command said they were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses and were a victim of friendly fire.
شوف 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 لا والله حربية طيارة حربية.
The pilot of the US fighter jet ejected safely and was taken to hospital in the trunk of a car with minor injuries. Recently released satellite imagery shows extensive damage at multiple Iranian military installations, including air, drone and naval facilities, following the latest round of strikes amid the escalating Israel-Iran conflict. Black smoke was seen rising from the US Embassy in Kuwait City after the latest volley of Iranian strikes. This embassy did not announce it had been hit, but issued a security alert urging people to stay away. US military infrastructure in Bahrain was targeted again by Iran. Amid escalating US-Iran tensions, Bahraini authorities confirmed air defenses intercepted missiles while the US embassy urged shelter in a safe place. Iran fired ballistic missiles at Tel Aviv and areas across Israel, triggering widespread air raid sirens. Civilians took cover on the streets amid intercepts and possible hits. Iran-backed militias in Iraq launched drone and rocket attacks on US bases in Erbil, escalating regional retaliation. These strikes mark continued assaults on American positions across West Asia. The world's largest aircraft carrier, USS Gerald R. Ford, is in the fight with US forces supporting Operation Epic Fury, launching aircraft from the eastern Mediterranean Sea. US has confirmed that B-2 stealth bombers struck Iran's reinforced ballistic missile facilities. The long-range bombers flew directly from US to Iran and dropped dozens and 1,000 kilograms of bombs on military establishments in Iran. The B-2 Spirit bomber is designed to evade radar and deliver heavy bunker buster munitions against deeply buried targets. And US Central Command has released videos showing missiles being fired, jets taking off to strike Iran. The military has not released any additional details regarding the position of its war assets.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin, but our coverage on the top developments in West Asia will continue on the other side with my colleague Gaurav Sawant. Stay with us.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Your weight loss medicines are benefiting airlines. Confused? Well, I'll say that again. Your weight loss medicine that is helping you and folks world over lose weight. GLP-1 medicines are going to be helping airlines cut costs. According to a study published by Jefferies, a financial services firm, the 4 largest U.S. carriers, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines and United Airlines, could together save as much as $580 million every single year on fuel thanks to weight loss drugs known as GLP-1s. Airlines always look for any way to reduce the weight, as we know, of the aircraft, be the weight of the baggage, hence the excess baggage cost, or weight of a passenger. 1 in 8 US adults said that they are on GLP-1 in a survey that was done in November, published by KFF, a non-profit health research group. Fuel, remember, is among airlines' largest expenses. The Jefferies study estimates that the four airlines will together consume 16 billion gallons of fuel in 2026 at a total cost of $38.6 billion, which is nearly 20% of their total expenses. The savings from skinnier, thinner passengers would amount to just 1.5% of fuel cost. Airlines including Air New Zealand, Finnair and Korean Air have in the past drawn criticism for weighing some passengers at the gate to help calculate weight and balance. Really not the most politically correct way of going about things. But the indirect benefit of skinnier passengers, thanks to GLP-1 medicines, is what airlines can avail of right now.
Co-powered by Tata Motors. Commercial vehicles better always.
Hello and welcome. You're watching an India Today special broadcast on the war between Israel and the United States and Iran, but a war that now has 14 countries directly in the line of fire, and there's been massive intensification in the past 24 hours. Overnight, Iran was targeted, wave after wave after wave of missile strikes, bomb strikes, air strikes, but Iran continues to hit back. And how? 2 drones went and hit the US Embassy in Riyadh. Now, US President Donald Trump, he said words to the effect that the worst is yet to come, something like Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State, has also reiterated. 11 Iranian Navy ships, they've been sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but the Strait of Hormuz, almost no traffic movement there, and that's a major choke point for the world. So which direction is this war headed in? We decode. First, let me get you the latest breaking that's coming in from Tehran. Israel continues to pound Iran. Late night strikes across Tehran. And these are images that we're showing you on camera, back to back, wave after wave, intense attacks on Iran, not restricted just to Tehran, and systematic targets being taken down. Watch these images. This is the night sky over Tehran as Iran fires a number of rockets and missiles in the direction not just of Israel, but across the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, GCC countries. Kuwait has intercepted 283 Iranian drones and 97 missiles. So you can just take a look at the intensity of the strikes. Overnight, if I may, the American assessment is Iran's strikes are lesser in number in terms of Iran striking other countries, but they continue to strike. And these are now more pointed, pinpointed attacks by Iran. Attacks have taken place in quick succession on Iran, especially post-midnight. Multiple locations in Tehran were hit by airstrikes early this morning. Explosions occurred in quick succession in the southern part of Tehran and several key cities, quarter past midnight. That's the latest information that's coming in. US President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, they've repeatedly spoken of aims in this war. Systematic efforts to completely degrade Iran's war-fighting capabilities. The effort is to take down Iranian missiles, missile launch sites, missile manufacturing sites. Navy ensure that it's no longer a potent military threat to Israel or to the region. And India Today now gets you details of how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was tracked and neutralized. More details are now filtering out. This is one of the biggest early successes in this operation for the US and Israel. Information that's filtering out seems to indicate that Israel had hacked almost entire Tehran's traffic cameras. They penetrated mobile phone networks to monitor not just the movement of the Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but also his entire security detail ahead of his assassination. So the Financial Times, in a report, has cited multiple current and former Israeli intelligence officials and others that are familiar with this operation. So nearly all traffic cameras in Tehran had been hacked for years. The footage encrypted, transmitted to servers in Tel Aviv and at special centers in the southern part of Israel. That's the information that's coming in. So all details about the movement, not just of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but also his security details and other officials were monitored on those CCTV cameras. When information was clear, and the report seems to indicate that more than just Israeli intelligence, it was a CIA asset on ground who was able to give pinpoint accuracy details of not just the location of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but his entire top council who were with him. And that is when a command decision was taken to strike. Now, Israel's kill Khamenei plot. What's the information that's available? Israel hacked into the traffic cameras as a spy tool. Israel spent years hacking Tehran's traffic cameras. That's the information that's available as of now. And all traffic cameras in and around Tehran. So any movement was very clearly captured. Israel then monitored the movement, and this movement was monitored not over days, but for several weeks and months. So a pattern was drawn. CCTV footage was sent to servers. Israel had also systematically hacked into the telecommunication network in Iran. Remember, they'd done something similar, hacking CCTV cameras and telephone networks, even to track the movement of Hezbollah leaders. I quickly want to bring in India Today's Sandeep Unnithan, who joins us for more on this. Sandeep, quite a systematic operation undertaken by Israel, and they've perfected the art of pinpoint, assassinations of vital assets that they want to take out. They've done that in the past with Hassan Nasrallah, several top leaders of Hezbollah, of Hamas, and even nuclear scientists in Iran in the past. So they have a lot of capabilities, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is a story where fact merges with fiction. The new episode of Tehran, that's the long-running Israeli series, has something like this, which hints at traffic cameras being hacked in. So in Israel, it's very difficult to sift fact from fiction, because both the movie industry as well as the intelligence agencies kind of feed off each other. And what you've just outlined is one of the most amazing assassination plots ever. This is a kind of high-level targeting of a leader that only Israel could carry out. This is an expertise that they've built over the years. They've done that, as you mentioned, with Hezbollah. They've targeted several rungs of Hezbollah's leadership. Hassan Nasrallah was taken out. But this new assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei points to this very, very long intelligence operation. It's a very patient game, and the Israelis clearly are very good at this kind of thing. There's no other country in the world, Gaurav, that could have carried out an operation of this nature, combining human int, tech int, and of course hard kinetic action. I'm not going into the ethics of this, carrying out an operation like this, but it is an outstanding intelligence operation, Gaurav.
And Sandeep, the kind of experience that they have in doing this, I mean, from early 2000s, they've been doing it with Iran's nuclear scientists to know who is the nuclear scientist, where that nuclear scientist is working, assassination attempts, whether it's attacking their cars, attacking their homes, attacking them in their workplaces. So they've honed on these capabilities, and to take out Ismail Haniyeh in the guest room of the presidential palace, that's actually stuff films are made of, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And why just that? Look at the pager assassination plot in 2024, where literally the entire Hezbollah leadership was either killed or incapacitated because Israel had infiltrated the supply chains that manufactured those pagers. And then they triggered it off almost simultaneously. Thousands of pagers going off near simultaneously in Lebanon, killing and maiming Hezbollah leadership. So this is another example of one of those operations. It's a long, patient game which Israel seems to have mastered. It is not that quick in-out kind of operation where other countries do and hope for results. But this is a patient game. It's a long game. You need to invest in tech, in human, and that is something the Israelis seem to have done over the years. They have perfected that art, as you said, and that Unit 8200, which is possibly one of the most secretive units in the world, and that is literally the edge of the spear when it comes to Israel. The guys who pick up the tech int, they infiltrate, they hack, they build up that pattern of life. They look, and as that story was mentioning, that they were looking at Tehran almost like they were looking at Jerusalem. That is the amount of penetration that they had
Sandeep, stay with me. There's a big story that's coming in, and this is the scale of operations that have been undertaken in the past 24 hours. Yes, the leadership was neutralized, but now the effort is to degrade the entire war-fighting capabilities of Iran. The United States and Israel simultaneously have launched so far the heaviest assault, the biggest strike on Iran so far. Now, what we are being told, 1,250 airstrikes carried out by Israel overnight in Iran. Restricted not just to Tehran, but from Isfahan to Qum to several other parts of the country, to identifying individual missile launchers, those transporter erectable launchers. We'll show you those images, excuse me, where you look at the launcher on a drone, then launch a missile, an airstrike, because the air defense system has been completely obliterated. The US forces have used 20 weapon systems. The US itself has fired over 1,000 missiles at different targets. Hundreds of ballistic missiles fired even now in the direction of Israel by Iran, and each and every of that launch site, the attempt is to take it down. But Sandeep, as I want to quickly bring you into this conversation, Iran continues to use hundreds of drones, and this is what is in a way outsmarting, whether it's the Patriot missile defense shield, whether it's the THAAD missile defense shield, or the Iron Dome and David Sling. Israel and the Gulf countries may have the best of Israeli and American systems, but it's the Shahid drone that continues to fox them.
Absolutely. Gaurav, and the Shahid that you mentioned, it is one of the most amazing weapon systems in the history of combat. And I must tell our viewers that the Shahid, interestingly, is a prototype that the Germans developed, specifically the West Germans. It is something developed by a company called Dornier, which makes aircraft, of course. It was the drone anti-radar, a system called the DAR that was meant to fight Soviet tanks during the Cold War. The Iranians picked up that design about 20 years back, and they have mass-produced it to an extent today that the Russians have taken Shahid technology from the Iranians. The Americans are reverse engineering the Shahid. They're building their own mass-produced drone called the Lucas, which has been used in combat for the first time. And this is the kind of innovation, frugal engineering, frugal innovation that the Iranians have mastered, Gaurav, and that has been seen over the last 1 year. The Shahid is a drone. It's just about $30,000 or $40,000 vis-a-vis interceptors that cost $100,000. The Iron Dome interceptors cost $100,000. A Patriot interceptor costs $1 million. That is the economy of scale that the Iranians have brought in. They're flooding these air defense systems with these cheap drones. We've seen them
completely saturating them. And Sandeep, it's not just in one direction. They succeeded in saturating the skies with them. So the Iron Dome system, the David Sling, or the Patriot system, it gets overwhelmed. Whether it's in Israel or even in Riyadh. Now, Riyadh is amongst the best protected cities in the world in Saudi Arabia. But Iran was able to pinpoint, target and hit the US Embassy.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is the strategy, that you overwhelm the air defenses with hundreds and thousands of these drones, and in the hope that the interceptors will bring down about 80 to 90% of those drones. They will shoot them down, but 10% or 5% will go through, and those are enough to cause damage, because these are very precise. They're satellite steered. Some of them have inertial navigation. Many of them have GPS coordinates. They're very accurate. They fall within a range, within a CEP of about 10 meters. They're slow flying. They fly low. They are a bit like Tomahawk missiles, but they're so cheap to make. They're mass produced. Iranians are building them like sausages. And this is something that the rest of the world has to learn from the Iranians, Gaurav. This is the future of combat, literally, that the Iranians have perfected. The Russians have picked it up. The Americans have picked it up. The Ukrainians have picked it up. Every country in the world today is looking at this one innovation called the Shahid 136. It's a low-cost drone. And this literally defines the future of warfare. The country that manufactures...
And there is a state of panic, Sandeep.
Yes.
And, to be fair, the manner in which Iran, even on day 4, has the ability to strike and strike hard, it's led to panic in the region, that the United States is directing its personnel to leave, its civilians to leave these 14 countries which are directly in the line of Iranian fire. And even on day 4, if they're able to do that, the US has now confirmed 6 of their personnel have been killed in these operations. On day 3, they've lost 3 of their aircraft. Some of their assets have been targeted. If in Kuwait, for example, military assets have been targeted. In Riyadh, if the US embassy has been hit, some embassies are being vacated. All of this indicates that Iran is able to strike back and strike back hard.
Yes, Gaurav, and what that really means is that everything in a 3,000 kilometer swath, starting from Cyprus right up to Oman, as we discussed yesterday, everything is in range of Iranian missiles and drones. And that means that they will have to start vacating these bases, clearing these bases. And that has implications for what President Trump says, that the war is going to last for 4 weeks, 5 weeks. If the war lasts that long, it's clear that they can't use these bases for refueling, rearming, because all of them are within range of Iranian missiles and drones. Now, the hope is that what President Trump mentioned, that he wants the war to stretch for another 4 or 5 weeks, the hope is that they will at some point reach a point when Iran will run out of drones, will run out of missiles, and then they can kind of move in. But as of now, Gaurav, on day 4 of this conflict, it doesn't appear that Iran is running out of either drones or missiles.
What's extremely interesting at this point of time, Iran continues to strike, but America is warning the worst is yet to come in terms of American and Israeli strikes into Iran. And that would be a cause for concern. The manner in which, if they've already used about 1,000 targets have been taken down, and Israel's ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, told me in that conversation that there are 2,500 targets that have been earmarked, which means this would take at least a week or a fortnight to hit those targets. But in one go, you don't neutralize every target, and especially when they're in mountainous terrain, you could continue to strike, but then Iran would have the ability to strike back from a mountainous region. So terrain very clearly favors Iran.
Terrain favors Iran, Gaurav, as does geography. Now, Iran is a massive country. It's over 1.5 million square kilometers. It is certainly not Venezuela, but the fact is that Iran has prepared for these contingencies for several years now. The fact that you mentioned that these drones and missiles have been hidden in deep underground bases. We've seen the US bring out the B-1s and B-2s in an attempt to drop really heavy GBU-31s and try and knock out those underground storage sites, those missile launch sites. But the interesting thing is that, Gaurav, even after President Khamenei's death, as spectacular as that assassination plot may have been, They have not managed to decapitate the regime. There is, in fact, regime continuity that we are seeing over here. Iran's ability to fire missiles and drones continues undiminished, and they seem to have adopted this mosaic strategy as they have outlined, which is that they don't rely on a single unitary command and control chain. They're looking at a more dispersed model where there are 30 regional commands, each with their own stockpiles of missiles and drones, and they all have their
Sandeep, stay with me. Sandeep, stay with me. There's more breaking news coming in, and I want to get our viewers up to speed with how Iran is being countered by the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, by the GCC countries, and the number of missiles and drones that have been intercepted. So Gulf states have intercepted a large number of Iranian missiles and drones. And I want to tell you what Iran does. It's not as if Iran sends only missiles or only rockets. It actually sends the entire bouquet. So there are some missiles, some rockets, some drones, and a very large number of drones. So this is where that web of interception equipment that's automatically tracking all of this, it gets saturated in the skies, because missiles firing at a different altitude, different speed, different pace, rockets coming pace, drones coming much slower, but again at a different pace, and so many in numbers. So it's AI that kind of takes over at that point of time and then decides which is the target that should be taken down first, which is a missile or a rocket that's hitting a vital asset, vital point, which is a rocket according to the trajectory that will fall in an open area. So anything that will fall in an open area is permitted. But some of these new missiles have a zigzag mechanism, and I will tell you more about that. What are the figures that we have as of now? The UAE, a very effective air defense system, they've been able to counter 645 drones and 169 missiles. Kuwait has been able to neutralize 283 drones and 97 missiles, and we are looking at those numbers. Bahrain, 59 drones, 70 missiles. Jordan has been able to neutralize 36 drones and 13 missiles. But the fact also remains, there are some that manage to get through, because any air defense system, even the best in the world, is not 100% guaranteed to stop every incoming projectile. Some will still manage to sneak in and hit. More breaking news coming in. Kuwait's air defense systems have detected and destroyed more than 380 UAVs or unmanned aerial vehicles, as well as up to 180 rockets and missiles launched by Iran since the beginning of the conflict in the region. And this is a statement that has just been made by the Ministry of Defense in Kuwait. 380 drones neutralized, 180 rockets neutralized. And I quickly want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Unnithan for more on this. Sandeep, while they may have neutralized a very large number of drones, somewhere down the line, their IFF system, Identify Friend or Foe system, appears to have prima facie faltered, because I also want to show you images of that F-15 Strike Eagle aircraft going down, and not one, but 3 and 6 pilots, fortunately all recovered, apparently hit by friendly fire.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And there is nothing friendly about friendly fire. While we use the word, these words very often, in this case, so-called friendly fire has brought down 3 of the frontline US Air Force aircraft, F-15 Strike Eagles. And it's a very interesting story that we've been seeing. There are a couple of things that don't, add up, Gaurav. The first is that if you look at it, Patriots, if we go by the story that it was a Patriot that hit them, we discussed
being
this
managed by Kuwaitis and not the Americans.
Yes,
that's the Americans are quick to specify.
And how did the IFF not work? I mean, these are all systems. These are American-made systems. These are made by Raytheon. The Patriot is made by Raytheon. The fighter jets are made by Boeing, and all of these have IFF systems. And IFF system, it's state of the art. The F-15 Strike Eagle has one of the most advanced IFF systems. I've checked on that. The IFF system, just to give our viewers a quick brief, is basically an airborne version of the sentry accosting an intruder, where he says "Tham kaun jata hai," and the fellow gives a password, and then the sentry allows him to pass. That happens in the air in milliseconds. And in this case, something seems to have gone wrong, Gaurav. The missiles knocked down these aircraft, but the aircraft also, the missiles seem to have not destroyed the aircraft completely. You can see very large parts of the aircraft, at least that one aircraft that we see on the screen coming down. It's pretty much intact. And the Patriot, if it is indeed the Patriot that targeted this, it's a kinetic direct hit-to-kill missile that goes in, it destroys the aircraft, it tears it apart literally. But in this case, it appears that the aircraft seems pretty much undamaged. The pilots have, of course, bailed out, which is why it's corkscrewing to the ground. But this is again something that happens in the fog of war, Gaurav.
In a lighter vein, if you go by Pakistani logic, if America has lost 3 planes, America has already lost the war. And not going by the damage that America is inflicting on Iran right now, but that's only Pakistani logic. Our viewers will understand that. But Sandeep, more breaking news coming in. So information just coming in. It's a setback to flight resumption to the Gulf region amidst this escalating war. Multiple Dubai-bound flights have returned to India. 3 to 4 Dubai-bound Emirates flights returned to India. They did not land, and these were flights from Delhi, Chennai, and Bengaluru. 3 or 4 Dubai-bound Emirates flights returned to India. They're back to their base. We were hoping, and the world was desperately hoping, that the aviation sector will not get adversely impacted. God forbid that this war should continue for long. So an attempt was made to fly to Dubai, given that there's a lot of back channel happening, hoping that economy will not be targeted. But information that's coming in, EK501, now EK501 is Mumbai-Dubai flight. It landed in Dubai after double reverse on the 3rd of March. However, Emirates Dubai flight bound from Delhi, Chennai and Bengaluru had to return to the takeoff point even after they took off. Information is EK513, a Delhi-Dubai flight. It was sent back to Delhi after takeoff. Emirates EK513 took off from Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport at 4:35 this morning and returned to base. Emirates Bengaluru-Dubai flight EK569, it was sent back to Bengaluru after takeoff. And EK543, this is the Chennai-Dubai flight, EK543 was also sent back. So the situation is far from normal at this point of time. Desperately hoping, Sandeep, normalcy would return, but it still is very precarious. You cannot trust Iran not targeting these regions once again, despite the fact that ECC, the Gulf Cooperation Council foreign ministers, in a statement said, no point attacking brotherly Islamic countries when they have done nothing to you.
Gaurav, I must tell you about the Persian Gulf. That is the region of very, especially when war breaks out, that's the last place on earth you want to be flying passenger aircraft. There have been multiple, incidents in the past where passenger airliners have been brought down. I can remember of at least 2 in the last couple of decades which have been shot down. Fully loaded passenger aircraft have been shot down accidentally. One by the United States, which shot down an Iranian passenger aircraft, and the other one by, I think it was an Iranian missile that brought down another passenger aircraft. So these are extremely sensitive, spaces where missiles are locked and loaded. They're flying across the air. There's absolute danger to civilian, passenger traffic, and that is the last place on earth you want to be flying right now, Gaurav. So I
Absolutely,
think,
and Sandeep, look at the conflicts that are going on across the world.
Yes,
look at the conflicts that are going on across the world. The Russia-Ukraine war, that Malaysian aircraft that took off and it was mysteriously shot down. It was just, taking off and coming into cruise altitude and then it was shot down by a surface-to-air missile. So many conflicts in the world right now. It's a very tiny corridor that flights to Europe even have if they want to avoid flying over. Well, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, it's a trouble spot. Now flying over the Persian Gulf, trouble spot. So if you just go higher, and we'll show that to you on a map in just a while from now, and then you want to get into Europe, the corridor there is also very, very narrow because of the Russia-Ukraine war, Sandeep.
Yes, absolutely, Gaurav. You will have to, as you just mentioned, the northern routes are close to us. AFPAC continues to be a trouble spot. Now the Persian Gulf, which means our aircraft have to either fly south of these trouble spots, or they will have to fly eastwards towards Japan and Southeast Asia. That seems to be the only trouble-free spot right now, Gaurav. So they're very trying times for civilian flying, commercial aircraft. The industry just only recovered from COVID, and these are the new shocks, as you mentioned. Russia-Ukraine war, and now this war in the Persian Gulf. No one knows how long it's going to continue. If it continues for 3 or 4 weeks, as President Trump indicates, you're looking at a very, very big shock to civil aviation, particularly for all the Gulf sector, airlines. Some very big airlines are headquartered there in West Asia. They would take a very, very big beating. Their bottom lines would take a very big beating, Gaurav.
And at least some of these West Asian countries have deep pockets, not developing countries. I mean, Emirates and Qatar and Saudi, they still have deeper pockets. But when you look at airlines in India or airlines in other parts of the world, Southeast Asia, they would desperately hope that this conflict does not escalate. And that is where that big question comes. Did America have to launch this attack? Remember Oman's foreign minister, he said, just give us 24 hours. We'll try and find a solution. Yes. What was the immediate provocation? And in just a moment, we'll play out what US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. Marco Rubio seemed to indicate just 24 hours earlier, just 12 hours earlier, that Israel had intelligence. Israel went in. There, words to the effect that there could have been a threat to US assets in the region. So America went in, and this would indicate America's hand was virtually forced, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is a bizarre conflict, Gaurav. It's right from the day one, as we've been saying, the goalposts on this have been constantly shifting. They started by saying it was about regime change when they went in, when they were that close to getting a diplomatic outcome last week. Then they said it was regime change. Then yesterday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says that the regime has already changed, indicating that they had achieved their objective. Now, Trump says that, this is now going to continue for 3 or 4 weeks. There are so many multiple voices coming out. It's hard to make sense of this. It's one of the most bizarre conflicts that we've seen in recent years, Gaurav.
When you study warfare as a subject, there are principles of war. And principles of war very clearly are identification of aim and then maintenance of aim. Now, here within 4 days, are we changing the aim and then pursuing that conflict? But listening to Marco Rubio, I'll get you more on this story.
You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's in Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's the objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
So you heard Marco Rubio there. Marco Rubio is giving details. The objective of this war is destruction of Iran's war-fighting capabilities. Is that a change from a regime change that was initially indicated? Or did the United States continuously say that their effort is to degrade Iran's war-fighting capabilities and then expect people in Iran to rise and bring about a change? We'll track that closely, but I now want to get you an India Today world exclusive. India Today has accessed US President Donald Trump's war pass letter to the Congress, a formal notice declaring US intent to strike Iran. And in this letter, the US president makes it very clear this is not a full-fledged war, but a limited, targeted military action. The targets include Iran's ballistic missile launch sites, maritime mining capabilities, air defense systems, and the command and control infrastructure. The core objective, according to US President Donald Trump in this letter to the Congress, is to halt Iran's nuclear weapons pursuit and degrade its ability to threaten the region. The American president has also said in this letter the aim is to protect US forces defend the American homeland. Trump said he aims to ensure a free flow of oil through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. The letter leaves the door open, saying the scope and duration of operations remain uncertain. He's very clearly signaling deterrence, but not an official declaration of war. But in all reality, does it indicate that the time frame that American President Donald Trump is seeking as of now, or indicating as of now that this will last for 4 to 5 weeks? In 4 to 5 weeks, the stated objectives of this war degrade Iran's war-fighting capabilities, that it does not pose a threat beyond its borders, a military threat beyond its borders. I want to once again bring in Sandeep Unnithan onto this conversation. Sandeep, the 12-day war in June 2025, intense attacks, 12 days that time. But in 12 days, while American President then may have claimed that Iran does not pose a nuclear threat to the world anymore, 8 months later, that nuclear threat returned and another operation has been launched. So in 4 to 5 weeks, if you're pursuing this operation as of now, yes, Iranian Navy has been degraded, 11 ships sunk, but their submarines remain. No word on their submarines, and those submarines, Sandeep, would remain a threat to the US Armada in these waters.
Yes, definitely, Gaurav. You know, if this war shifts into the maritime phase, as many people are saying it will, then those submarines will cause concern for the US Navy and its assets in and around the region, because Iran has perfected the strategy of shutting the Straits of Hormuz, mining it, ensuring that no ship can come or enter or leave. So there are many war games, contingencies that they've planned for several decades now. They've gotten better and better at this. They don't have a navy, and whatever little navy was there has been torn apart by the United States. But the fact is that they have these other small little assets which are very hard to detect and track, which are basically speedboats. They're very small speedboats, torpedoes, mines, all of these things which they've banked on using in a situation like this. And Gaurav, very quickly, this thing about the war, the way it's playing out, it's falling into this what scholars have called the smart bomb trap. It's just that you think that you can bomb your way out of thing into victory. And it has never happened in the history of conflict that one country has dropped enough munitions on another and infected all of these objectives that they have outlined, whether it is to destroy a country's war-waging capability or to change the regime. Nothing can happen from the air, Gaurav. And we both know, we've seen it in 2003, that the only way to achieve a regime change is boots on the ground. There are no American boots on the ground. And in 2003
in Iraq, there were boots on ground. I was reporting from there, and so were you, Sandeep. And we saw the chaos on ground in Iraq in 2003, even when there were American boots on ground. And when they left the ground, is Iraq safer today? Clearly not. Is Afghanistan safer today compared to 20 years of the operations that the Americans undertook there? Taliban back at the helm of affairs. Of course, right now, Taliban is bleeding Pakistan, but that's a different story. We'll come to that at a different time in this bulletin. But for the benefit of our viewers, what is the United States targeting in Iran right now? Target number 1, their ballistic missiles, the stockpile of their ballistic missiles. Target number 2, maritime mining capabilities, because this is where, what you watch on your television screen, that very narrow Strait of Hormuz, that is what Iran can choke and has already choked. Not officially, but no ship would dare to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Why? Because 2 ships have been targeted so far, and that too in ports outside. Insurance costs have gone through the roof, and no shipping company would dare to take a tanker through the Strait of Hormuz right now, because Iran, while it's saying it will decide which ship to permit and which ship not to permit, but then no insurance company wants to take that chance. So Iran's capabilities are being degraded in the Strait of Hormuz. Target number 3, Iran's air defense system. And America says in the past 24 hours, they've degraded what remained of their air defense system according to their intelligence input. So all the S-300 systems, some systems that have been acquired recently, including from China, information is they've been degraded. Apparently some HQ-9 air defense systems. Incidentally, those systems did not even work for Pakistan, either the HQ-9 or the HQ-16 during India's Operation Sindoor on Pakistan. Target number 4. Iran's command and control network, including in Tehran, and the IRGC command and control nodes in different parts of the country, because IRGC is the main force that America is trying to degrade. And these are details from US President Donald Trump's letter to the US Congress, again, where he's trying to justify this war. The reason: aim number 1, stop Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. Aim number 2, protection of US forces, and the homeland justification is to ensure that Iran does not pose a threat to any of the US bases in the region. Information that we now have is some bases are being vacated and American citizens are being asked to leave the region as quickly as possible. Aim number 3 is ensure free flow of oil in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that happening right now? As of now, clearly not. Aim number 4, self-defense and defense of allies like Israel. Israel remains in the line of fire. Justification number 5, Trump's aim is to ensure that Iran does not pose a military threat beyond its borders, that it cannot project force beyond its borders. Aims are there, but maintenance of aim. Now, when American President Donald Trump, when he says that we'll ensure that Iran does not pose a threat beyond its borders, it cannot project force beyond its borders, is the American president successful as of now, or it's still too early because this is just day 4 and America is warning the worst attack is yet to come on Iran?
Gaurav, we don't know what he means by that. The worst attack is yet to come, and I only hope that this is what we call mission creep. Where the objectives, as you mentioned, kept changing. The aims and the objectives of this war seem to be changing, and it's all heading towards this very dangerous phrase called boots on ground. And if the US starts to think of a war like that, then they are in another quagmire in West Asia of the kinds that they've been in the past, in Iraq in 2003, and before that, Afghanistan 2001. So this is, it's very attractive to drop these smart bombs and think that you've achieved your objectives because you've hit a certain number of targets, you've degraded the capacity of the, your regime, opposing regime. But this is only seen to have hardened Iran's resilience, and what little opposition you thought would come out onto the streets and overthrow the regime is nowhere in sight, Gaurav. It's the 4th day.
Permit me to ask you, these are still early days. This is just day 4. This is the build-up phase of any conflict. So first intense wave done. The second intense wave is expected. Marco Rubio spoke of it. President Trump spoken of it, that the worst for Iran is yet to come. So if over the next week there's intense bombing, won't that regime think, and the regime will run out. They'll run out of drones. They will ultimately run out of missiles. Their missile manufacturing is adversely impacted. Maybe the people will be emboldened to come out on the streets. 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later, America has deep pockets, so does Israel.
Yes, Gaurav, but they have only finite bombs. There are only so many X number of Tomahawks. There's a Y number of air-to-ground munitions. And at some point, the US will worry about expending all of its ammunition in a war against Iran, which is not the war it started to fight out, which is the big war that the US hopes to fight is against China and possibly against Russia even. If they start expending their magazines to fight Iran, there's nothing going to be left to fight China with. And that is something that American generals will be very worried about. If they run out of interceptor missiles, if they run out of Tomahawk missiles, if they run out of GBU-31s, if they drop everything on Iran, it is possible they could do that for the next 3 or 4 weeks. they will exhaust their war-waging potential when it comes to China, and possibly China will seize this window of opportunity and move in and take Taiwan over. So there is a very delicate balance here, Gaurav, which the US, I'm sure they've gained this through. I'm not sure if they've plan to fight for 4 or 5 weeks, expending the same amount of ordnance that they did on these first 3 or 4 days. But, at the end of the day, I said yesterday, Gaurav, that it is all going to be about magazine capacity.
Yes.
Does the US have more ordnance than Iran has Shahed and ballistic missiles?
And there is a question, Sandeep, that analysts will ponder perhaps world over. Are the Americans fighting two unnecessary wars, one in Ukraine and the other in Iran? You can understand Israel fighting that war in Iran, but did America have to join in so early in this conflict? But there's more breaking news coming in. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned Iran in the middle of this war. That statement has just come in, and he's saying this will not be an endless war. It will be quick, it will be decisive. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's Prime Minister, very clearly saying now it will be up to the people of Iran to change the government. And this is something that US President Donald Trump and US Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, they've also said this is a golden opportunity for the people of Iran. The question remains, do the people of Iran actually want to take this opportunity? Benjamin Netanyahu says action against Iran may continue for some time, but it's not going to take years. So clearly, is this an indication that it's not just 4 weeks either? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says we are not going to have an endless war on Iran. He insists this is going to be quick and decisive action. Listen in.
People are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
So it will not be an endless war. It will be quick. It will be decisive. And then it's up to the people of Iran if it's a golden opportunity for them to bring about a change. Quite similar to what the American president is saying, American Secretary of State is saying, and Secretary of War. But first, listen in to the American president.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot.
So it will be quick and decisive, says Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Will not get bored in a week's time, says American President Donald Trump. Sandeep, all indications they're trying to reassure their respective people that it will be quick and decisive action. So far, the way the war has been pursued and prosecuted by America and Israel, American president says we are ahead of schedule. But the fact does remain, Sandeep, they've taken down 11 Iranian ships, so Iranian Navy threat. They've targeted Bandar Abbas, the crucial strategic port of Iran. They've taken down 600 plus missile silos, missile sites, 1,000 plus in all command control center, missile sites, IRGC centers, top leadership, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So, moving to a plan as of now, Sandeep?
Well, that seems to be the plan, certainly, Gaurav, to degrade Iran's military capabilities, war-waging potential, the conventional part of that, which is the warships. Those are easily targeted. They're sitting ducks, literally. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, shooting out warships and destroying fixed installations. But the challenge is to knock out all the ballistic missile, underground storage sites, the command and control posts, the transporter erector launchers. If they can substantially degrade Iran's capacity to launch missiles, then they're looking at some objectives. And this is what I think the US and Israel are banking on, which is why this new enlarged time frame, this new window of about 4 weeks that they have put out there to say that this is the commanders have possibly told Trump and Hegseth that this is the window that they need for 4 weeks to completely degrade Iran's potential to launch missiles. There has been, in the last 24 hours, there's been a 50% dip in the number of drones and missiles that Iran has launched. And I think the US has seen this
as
a
very crucial
an opportunity. Yes, they've seen this as an opportunity.
That's a very crucial point you're making, that there is a significant dip. Yes, there's a significant dip in the number of rockets, missiles, and even drones that Iran has the ability now to fire. And it's still day 4 of this conflict. So by end of the week, will Iran be degraded sufficiently enough not to be able to intensify operations? Or is there merit in Iranian analysts saying, this is just the beginning, they're waiting for America and Israel to exhaust their air defense systems in the region, and then they will bring out their real latest generation hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. We'll be tracking both sides and getting you all sides of this big story. A quick break, back with lots more. Stay with us here. Here on India Today.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee, and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Abbas Araghchi writes to UN Secretary General, calls US strike on Iran a criminal act. IAEA rejects Iran's claim, says no evidence of attack on nuclear site. Iran launches fierce retaliation after US-Israel strike. Hits Gulf cities from Doha to Dubai.
The Great Nicobar controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
विश्व में चल रहे अनेक तनावों को लेकर भारत की सोच स्पष्ट ही है। हमने सदैव शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने का आह्वान किया है और जब दो लोकतंत्र साथ खड़े होते हैं तो शांति की आवाज और भी सशक्त हो जाती है। पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे।
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Iran has been always open to diplomacy. And I think we have a very good record of that. Contrary to Americans, that their record is very bad and very negative. You know, this is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation. So the first, rocket or missile or whatever that they fired hit the negotiation table. It happened exactly the same last June. We had another experience. We negotiated with them together with other members of P5+1, and we concluded a deal in 2015. And it was the US who withdrew with no justification, with no reason. And Iran remained committed to that deal as long as it was, in place. So nobody can question Iran's, good faith and readiness for diplomacy, for talks.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi everyone, I wanted to share a quick update and firstly thank you all who have been reaching out and checking on us. And well, I was transiting from Bangalore, where I train and live full time now, to Birmingham in the UK to compete the All England Championships. And once our flight landed in Dubai, events beyond our control began to unfold, and shortly after, the airspace also was shut down. And the last few hours have been extremely tense. We could hear the sounds of interceptions overhead, and a few hours later there was explosion very close to where we were holed up at Dubai airport. My coach was barely about 100 meters away where it happened, and had to quickly move out of the area. Experiencing something like this in such close quarters is truly, it truly shakes the very, foundation you're built on. And you never expect these things to happen to you or anyone close to you. But sometimes situations are beyond your control, but they do. So, I feel incredibly blessed to have such a strong and united team around me, and everyone had stayed calm, supported one another, and shown real strength during a very frightening situation. And currently we are safe now and have been moved to a more secure place.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. The situation in West Asia has intensified with massive bombing of Iran taking place in the last 12 hours and counting. The 9 images I want to show you is not just about the bombing of Iran, but also Iran's massive counter-attack, widening the arc of this conflict. So the number of missiles and rockets that Iran is firing, the intensity may have reduced, but they continue to have the ability to strike and evade the air defense systems of multiple countries. Take a look at the images on your television screen across the region. Gulf of Oman, there is tension. An Iranian ship was targeted by American missiles. In western Tehran, massive bombing raids have been carried out. The situation in Iran remains extremely precarious. The image that you see, mobile missile launchers were taken down in precision strikes. But then Iran also retains the ability to strike Israel. Tel Aviv has been targeted. On the other side, you have Dubai, well, by and large, extremely peaceful by and large. But then a large number of drones, rockets and missiles that were fired have been intercepted. In Beirut, there's been massive expansion of conflict. More than 50 people have died in Israeli counter-strikes in Beirut. Again, Erbil in Iraq. This is the northern Kurdistan part, the northern part of Iraq, the Kurdish territory. This is where Iran successfully targeted an American base. There you see plumes of smoke and massive ball of fire. Again, in Lebanon, massive airstrikes by Israel. 50 people have died in Lebanon. Qatar remains directly in the line of Iranian fire.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
So as this war rages, there's a political war that's raging in India, and this is Congress Party leader, Member of Parliament, Sonia Gandhi. Former Congress President Sonia Gandhi, she's questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi's silence on the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by US and Israeli forces. In a scathing criticism of the Narendra Modi government, the Congress Parliamentary Party chairperson Sonia Gandhi on Tuesday said the silence of the Narendra Modi government on the targeted assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not neutral, but abdication, and raises very serious doubts about the direction and credibility of India's foreign policy. The former Congress president demanded, when Parliament reconvenes for the second part of the budget session, the government's disturbing silence on the breakdown of international order must be debated openly and without any evasion. So in an article published in a newspaper, Sonia Gandhi said there is an urgent need. There's an article that's been published in the Indian Express. She said there's an urgent need for us to rediscover the moral strength and articulate it with clarity and commitment. She writes, and I quote, on March 1, Iran confirmed that its Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, had been assassinated in targeted strikes carried out by the previous day by the United States and Israel. The killing of a sitting head of state in midst of an ongoing negotiation marks a grave rupture in contemporary international relations, unquote. So she then goes out to criticize Prime Minister Narendra Modi and questions the Modi government's silence, saying silence is not neutral, it's abdication. Sonia Gandhi expresses doubt on India's foreign policy. Sonia Gandhi has called it a grave rupture in contemporary international relations. And she said the silence of the Narendra Modi government is disturbing. I want to quickly bring in my colleague Rahul Gautam for more on this. Rahul, Sonia Gandhi has written an article articulating what the opposition, including the Samajwadi Party, has been saying for some time, questioning India's silence on the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by Israel and the United States.
Absolutely, and from the very beginning, we saw how Congress Party came out in support. In fact, they accused the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the government of India of departing from the time and tested stance of being neutral, and also always being a supporter of a two-nation concept between Israel and Palestine. So therefore, and when this news came out that Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed, and that one time also Congress Party did a statement condemning the incident. Now, in the same spirit, now Sonia Gandhi, the CPP chairperson, former Congress president, in fact, she also slammed the ruling suspension, saying that the silence of Modi government is not neutral, but it is actually application of duties of the present ruling suspension. And she, in fact, further stated that this is the time when we should rediscover our strength to speak on issues that actually concern the human race. So clearly, you can say that the opposition is coming together. You mentioned Samajwadi Party. Congress is there. The Congress and there are other opposition voices also. They are coming to the fore, who are saying that Modi government should recalibrate its foreign policy, should speak on the matters that actually concern humankind, and also should take a stance on many issues. They are saying that by not speaking on these issues, or also by going and visiting Israel just 2 days before this conflict started, this only shows that how India seems to be departing from the stance of being neutral, of being a country that has always been up for the dialogue. So clearly, in a way, you can say that this is only escalating in India as well. And whatever is happening in Middle East seems to be having political ramifications in our country as well.
Okay, on a factual position, Rahul, has there been any response from the government on this criticism or from the BJP, considering these are issues that have been raised by the Samajwadi Party in the past? Though Prime Minister Narendra Modi does remain engaged, he's spoken to the President of the United Arab Emirates. He's criticized what's happened there. He's spoken to King Abdullah of Jordan. He's spoken to the Crown Prince of Bahrain. He's spoken to the King of Bahrain. He's spoken to the Crown Prince and he's, Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. And he's thanked leaders of those countries for looking after Indians in those countries. He's spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu. He's spoken to President of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He said India stands in solidarity. India does remain engaged with the region. And the Prime Minister in the past has said, Rahul, whether he travels to Israel or Palestine, he travels to both countries independently. There's no hyphenation.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And in fact, we have seen, in past as well, whenever there has been a matter, that was raised in United Nations Security Council, India has always been very, vocal about the rights, for Palestinian people, for safety and peace in the entire region. So there has been. As far as BJP is concerned, the BJP has already rejected all these allegations, all these charges that have been made up by opposition camp. They are saying that the government is absolutely committed, to the safety of the Indian expats, those who are living there, and also it is all up for the, for the dialogue process, for peace process in the region. They are saying that. Whatever the government is doing, it is doing in the interest of the Indians, in the interest of the peace and tranquility in the region, and one should not confuse this, by taking all these things to the domestic corridors and using this to, score brownie points. So they are saying they are very critical of these.
Gandhi has also raised a very interesting point, Rahul, where Sonia Gandhi says, look at what other BRICS nations are doing. They've maintained their distance. Global South maintaining distance, BRICS partners. The Prime Minister's actions, according to her, seem like tacit endorsement of what Israel is doing, and especially the Prime Minister's recent visit to Israel just before this bombing started, Rahul.
How Prime Minister Benjamin Modi has actually become an apt opportunity for Congress to create this narrative that we are tilting towards Israel, and there seems to be a shift, which seems to be softening on Israel, and that's why you see, these words reoccurring again and reoccurring in these articles, in these statements that that Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the current ruling dispensation seems to be. Seems to have abdicated his duties and only playing to one side, which obviously the BJP will not agree, and they have not, taken all these allegations upright. They have already rejected it, saying that the government is committed for the interest of Indian expats, for Indian assets, and they are saying it should not be confused with the ongoing conflict.
Rahul, the Prime Minister did react to the situation in West Asia when the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney and he met. The Prime Minister condemned the attacks on both countries, and he said he was discussing the well-being of the Indian community, and the Prime Minister, independently from information that we've been able to gather, has spoken to the heads of state and governments almost all across the region to ensure the welfare of the Indian community in these countries, whether it's speaking to the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, or the President of the United States, of the President of the United Arab Emirates, or in Bahrain. He spoke to the King of Bahrain, Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa. He's spoken to the President of UAE. So a lot of reaction in terms of reaching out for the welfare of the Indian community. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
विश्व में चल रहे अनेक तनावों को लेकर भारत की सोच स्पष्ट ही है। हमने सदैव शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने का आह्वान किया है, और जब दो लोकतंत्र साथ खड़े होते हैं तो शांति की आवाज और भी सशक्त हो जाती है। पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे।
So the Prime Minister says he remains engaged with all countries in the region for the betterment of the Indian community and the Indian people, and India has always been a very strong advocate of peace through dialogue and diplomacy and not conflict. There's more breaking news that's coming in, and is this a sign of times to come? The United States is wary of more damage in this conflict. Damage is a part of war. Loss of lives is something that the United States says soldiers are geared up for, and the United States has admitted that losses are part of combat. Losses happen in war, and there is possibility that there could be more damage in the days and weeks to come. More US lives could be lost, but it's all aimed at a good cause, is the word that's coming out from the United States of America. The US forces, the commanders say they're working to minimize losses to US assets and US individuals. The United States has admitted losses are a part of combat. Wars are not won overnight. There is a possibility of more damage to the US and US interests in the near future. In fact, top US General Dan Kane says he expects to take additional losses, and we will, as always, work to minimize the losses. So far, the information that's coming out of the United States, 6 US personnel have lost their lives in the ongoing operations Epic Fury. 3 F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets, state-of-the-art fighter jets, have been lost, though all 6 pilots unharmed and recovered.
Just to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations.
US President Donald Trump has also indicated that this was an operation that had to be undertaken because there was an opportunity that they thought may not come very soon again, and that overall gains to get rid of what America describes as an evil regime is their effort. So they found an opportunity, a closing window of opportunity, and they took it. Listen in to US President Donald Trump.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Frankly, the world's #1 sponsor of terror is Pakistan. Pakistan already has a nuclear weapon, and Pakistan continues to be backed by the United States of America. So perhaps more clarity is required from the US president on the need for operations to be undertaken against Iran, which does not possess a nuclear weapon. But people are bleeding. Countries are bleeding. Economies are bleeding. Look at what's happening in that region right now, even as we speak. In Israel, for example, 10 people have lost their lives and 121 people have been injured, and this is just day 4. This is just the dawn of day 4. Look at what's happening in Iraq. In neighboring Iraq, Iran's neighbor Iraq, 2 people have been killed, 5 injured. Erbil has been targeted. Bahrain, 1 person killed, 4 have been injured. Kuwait, again, 1 person killed, 32 people have been injured. And these are countries that have nothing to do with the conflict, except that they host US bases, and they host US bases thinking that that would have kept them safe. United Arab Emirates, now UAE, Dubai and Abu Dhabi are seen virtually as an oasis of peace and development in the region. And people go there either to prosper or to holiday or to shop. And what's happening there? Sadly, 3 people have been killed, 58 have been injured. The tension, the apprehension, the impact on the aviation sector, and that's going to impact global economy. Oman, which actually facilitated peace talks. 1 person killed, 5 people have been injured. A ship was targeted in the port, and because that ship was targeted and multiple other ships have been targeted by Iran, there is no shipping company that's willing to give insurance for a tanker to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and global supply chains, whether it's energy requirements, that's being adversely impacted, whether it's oil or gas. Lebanon, now because of this operation, Hezbollah also targeted Israel, and Israel has retaliated. And how? Initially it was said 13 people have killed, but just till about an hour back, information that had come in, 55 people have been killed, 149 have been injured in Lebanon in Hezbollah actions on Israel and Israel's counterattack. Qatar, 16 people have been injured. Iran is facing the brunt, and the situation is extremely alarming there. More than 500 people have sadly been killed in Iran, 555. More than 700 have been injured in Iran. Very, very worrisome situation across the region, and the impact on global economy, that will be felt. Those tremors will be felt for a long time to come. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has issued the strongest yet threat to Iran. He said the hardest hits are yet to come. The hardest hits are yet to come for Iran. Marco Rubio has made it very clear that the United States will pursue its objectives. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said hardest hits yet to come from the US military. He's acknowledged US involvement, at least in part, stemmed from concerns about Israel's military plans, Israel's operations, and Israel's security. Information that's been shared by US CENTCOM, that's Central Command. The US CENTCOM has confirmed 6 US fatalities. 6 US soldiers have been killed in combat so far. Donald Trump has cautioned, he's warned there could be more casualties. General Dan Kane, chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, he said the US is adding forces to West Asia. And this is a very big statement. This does indicate that the troops that had been sent so far, they were for tactical operations, almost like an emergency deployment. Additional troops and additional resources are now being mobilized to West Asia in support of Operation Epic Fury. Listen in to Marco Rubio. I'll get you more on the story.
They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, Again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
I want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Unithan for more on the story. Sandeep, the devil lies in the detail. And when America says, General Dan Kane says additional resources are being mobilized for West Asia, for Middle East, which means the resources they had thought that would be required in Operation Epic Fury are not enough. So more men, more material would have to be mobilized. What does this indicate? This could take longer than expected.
Absolutely. And now, based on what President Trump said yesterday, he gave an outline of 4 weeks, which means that the US is now having to recalibrate its war plans. And this very clearly suggests that they didn't plan for this war to extend for 4 weeks, because everybody thought it was going to be like last year's June midnight hammer strikes. It's a quick dip in, dip out. They would, change the regime, decapitate the regime, and then wait for things to happen. Well, that hasn't played to plan yet, which means then now they have to work on a plan B, as Marco Rubio seems to suggest. Now, what is that plan B going to be? Is it more bombers? Are they going to send in the heavy bombers, the B-1s, the B-2s, B-52s? That is a possibility, because they've clearly not achieved their objectives with the kind of fighter missions that they've been flying, the F-15s, the F-35s, all of those. So there is a possibility that they will increase the quantum of airstrikes and the ordnance that they will now start dropping on Iran. Now, Iran's air defenses, Gaurav, are severely degraded at the moment. Their air force has been pretty much nullified. There are very few aircraft that are flying. The Qataris took down 2 Iranian Air Force jets yesterday, the Su-24s. That's how badly the Iranians are being hit. So that would suggest that if the Iranian airspace opens up, the US will then bring in the heavy bombers, the B-52s, B-1s, B-2s, to kind of try and hit all of those major military installations where they believe that Iran has stored all of its Shahids and its ballistic missiles.
So let's look at the bigger picture. It's only day 4 of operations, and this would indicate that the United States and Israel are on course, because on day 4, Iran has lost 11 of its warships. It does not have those massive warships. America says the drone carrier has been taken down. One corvette was sunk off the coast of Chabahar. 10 others have been sunk in and around the Strait of Hormuz. How potent a threat is Iran? It has coastal batteries, but at sea right now, apart from their submarines, and any information available about their submarines, Sandeep?
Gaurav, Iran has a small force of submarines. It has 3 kilo-class submarines of the kind that the Indian Navy operates. It's got a large number of midget submarines, the Ghadir class, which are less than 1,000 tons. They're based on North Korean designs. There are several of them. It has several dozen of these midget submarines. But these are all coastal combatants. They can't, go out into sea. They're not blue water combatants. They certainly can't sail out far into the Arabian Sea and do combat. They are basically what they call brown water combatants. They operate close to the coast. They can carry out small raids, in harry commercial craft, but they're no match for a large naval presence like the United States, for instance. So Iran's naval presence, naval force is practically next to nothing, and it's been nullified from the the visuals that we've seen. The number of
let's for a moment also talk about the air defense system that they have. The 12-day war in 2025, most of the S-300 systems, India has the upgraded S-400 systems that performed very well during Operation Sindoor, but the S-300 systems, they were found wanting. Sandeep, there were some reports that seemed to indicate that Iran had acquired the HQ-9 and the HQ-16 Chinese air defense systems. They didn't work for Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Apparently, they haven't worked for Iran now.
Exactly, Gaurav. But there's a story there. The fact is that when you're flying, when your opponent has the ability to generate something like 1,000 combat aircraft sorties a day, and many of them are stealth aircraft. It's probably the largest grouping of stealth aircraft being used for strike missions in all of aviation history. There are F-35s, the F-22s being escorting the F-35. So this level volume of a fifth generation strike packages, the Iranian air defenses have been pretty much nullified. They're not meant to withstand this wave of fifth generation, fighter aircraft sorties. A lot of those aircraft, anti-aircraft batteries have been knocked out. Some were knocked out last year. They got some replenishments from Russia. They have primarily the TOR, that's the Russian origin short-range, medium-range air defense batteries. S-300s, they've lost a lot of their S-300 batteries. HQ-9s that you mentioned, Chinese origin HQ-9s, which have a terrible reputation, by the way, Gaurav. They've been knocked out in Venezuela, they've been knocked out in Pakistan, and now we're hearing that Iran's small, bunch of Chinese-made air defense radars and missiles have been knocked out as well. So this is really, air defense also operates in certain conditions of air superiority. You cannot expect them to perform miracles, of the kind that
frankly,
India
all
would.
these recent wars are a disaster for Chinese equipment. Whether you look at Operation Sindoor, Pakistanis, they just folded because of the Chinese systems. You look at Iran currently, you look at the manner in which Maduro was picked up, and Maduro had also invested in Venezuela very heavily into Chinese equipment, Sandeep. All of that hasn't worked anywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. And it is just because of the weight of overwhelming forces facing you. The HQ-9, for instance, if you look at the India-Pakistan context, Gaurav, they have the HQ-9s, the HQ-16s, sure, but we have the BrahMos. Can anything in the world intercept a BrahMos in terminal phase? Nothing. So then what happens is that your HQ-9s become CCTV cameras. They can capture the trajectory of a weapon system hurtling into your airspace, but you can do nothing to prevent that hit, because you're not designed to take out supersonic aircraft, supersonic jet missiles flying at nearly 3 times the speed of sound. And in this case here in Iran as well, a handful of Chinese systems, you have to give them that a handful of Chinese systems cannot stop 1,000 sorties a day being generated by your opponents. So it's like overwhelming force. It is a combination of poor Chinese build probably, and also the overwhelming weight of odds against them, like we've seen in the India-Pakistan context. And
And does this indicate, Sandeep, perhaps that's the reason why, US President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, they're all very confident that they will be able to sort Iran out militarily in the next 4 to 6 weeks, because the overwhelming use of force will neutralize their military capabilities. However, terrain, forest, mountains, underground silos, how many weapons and systems can Iran continue to manufacture and launch remains a big question. At a time when they're also degrading the military leadership, you may be able to make those weapons. The teams that are firing those weapons, how many will they have after 4 to 6 weeks? So it's a big combination. Sandeep, stay with me. Let's for a moment discuss with our viewers the US assets that are already in the region at a time when General Dan Kane, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, is talking about sending in additional men and material and positioning additional resources for CENTCOM in the West Asian region. What are US assets in this area? There are 2 aircraft carrier strike groups already. USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group and USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group. Now, look at each aircraft carrier strike group has about 100 fighter jets, attack helicopters, anti-submarine warfare helicopters, electronic intelligence aircraft. The kind of weapons that they have on board, and the carrier strike group comes with a large number of destroyers with anti-ship missiles, with ground attack missiles, with anti-air surface-to-air missiles, destroyers, frigates, nuclear submarines, a tanker to replenish. And it's almost like a huge armada, a flotilla that comes along. 2 of them already there. The 3rd en route, Charles de Gaulle, already on its way. Now, Turkey, Israel, Iraq, Iran, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Egypt, Djibouti, Arabian Sea. When you look at this entire map, where is it that military assets are already deployed? aircraft carrier, other warships, other bases or facilities that have massive US presence or US presence is increasing. And these are figures as on the 28th of February. I quickly want to bring in Sandeep once more because Charles de Gaulle is en route. So the French aircraft carrier battle group joins in. F-22 Raptors of the British Air Force, that's coming in. The French president has indicated that additional resources will be provided for mission. So overwhelming military hardware in the region to overwhelm Iran.
Yes, Gaurav, and if reports of that are true, that the fact that Charles de Gaulle has been moved in, that would indicate France is, preparing to enter the theater of combat as well. But, the Charles de Gaulle, it must be said, Gaurav, it's a small aircraft carrier compared to the US super carriers. It does not have the kind of fighter jets that the Nimitz class has. It doesn't have the variety of aircraft that they have. It is nuclear powered, of course, but it's a smaller carrier. It's far more modest air wing. So it can actually, what it can do is it can fly defensive combat missions. It can fly a limited amount of strike missions. But primarily it would be for protecting French assets there in the Mediterranean and possibly arranging for some evacuations and humanitarian corridors. And primarily it would be in a support role rather than in active combat. Active combat only the US carriers can undertake with the kind of defensive screens that they have, their destroyers that accompany the Nimitz class carrier and of course the Ford class carrier in the Mediterranean. Those are kind of combat projection models that the US has done very well over the last couple of years, and most other countries have found it hard to keep up. But that said, Gaurav, this is a theater of war. The Chinese will be watching very, very, very carefully because this is going to be a test of all that they've been planning for. They've been trying to mimic the Americans in a lot of ways, in building carriers and also the Iranian strategy of low-cost drones and anti-ship ballistic missiles. So this is again a war that China will be looking at and learning lessons from, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. Stay with me. There's more breaking news coming in. Very alarming situation developing in Lebanon even as we speak because Israel has intensified its operations bombing Beirut. Some of these villages, I must tell you, are disturbing. We urge viewer discretion. Israeli missiles hitting Hezbollah strongholds in Lebanon, and you can see this huge plume of smoke that's rising as the missile hits a building. Israel yesterday had warned people in Beirut to vacate this area. 50 localities in and around Beirut had been directed to vacate the area because Hezbollah struck the northern and central part of Israel after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. So Israeli missile strikes have taken place in localities which are known as Hezbollah stronghold. So desperate was the situation at one point of time that the Prime Minister in Lebanon, he ordered Hezbollah to cease and desist from carrying out any military operations, only carry out political operations because there were consequences. Do keep in mind, this is the holy month of Ramzan, and in the holy month of Ramzan, instead of the morning sehri, people were desperately leaving their homes, not in hundreds, but in thousands and thousands, not just from Beirut, but from areas that had been earmarked by Israel. And Israel sent out messages on mobile phones and on systems in Lebanon telling people, vacate your homes, these are areas that we will target. And then the targeting is currently taking place, Sandeep. Very alarming situation in Lebanon, and not for the first time.
Yes, Gaurav, Lebanon, it's really unfortunate that it's been in the line of fire ever since the 7th of October 2023, and Israel has launched multiple attacks, preemptive attacks, of course, against Hezbollah. And Hezbollah, as we all know, is a state within a state inside Lebanon. It controls Lebanon. It has a military that is far stronger than the Lebanese military. And Israel here, after Roaring Lion has launched preemptive strikes inside of Lebanon to ensure that Hezbollah does not attack them on the directions of Iran. And, Hezbollah remains part of what Iran calls its axis of resistance. These groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq, the Shia militias in Iraq. So this is Israel basically taking ground action against Hezbollah to ensure that they do not attack them That is,
you know, when you and I were reporting from Israel after the 7th of October, Sandeep and I were amongst the first journalists to get there on the 8th of October in 2023 and spent about a month there. Sandeep, Hezbollah joined the battle. The Israel's battle was only against Hamas, but Hezbollah started bombing Israel in a way so that Israel would have to fight on two fronts and Hamas would get a breather. That clearly did not happen. This war intensified in 2024 when we returned to Israel. The offensive against Hezbollah virtually neutralized their entire leadership, top rung, second rung, third rung, and those who remain were almost immobile because of the pager attack.
Yes, you know, Gaurav, while Israel was taken by surprise by Hamas's attack on the 7th of October 2023, Iran activated its ring of proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and, you know, against to attack Israel. But I think they underestimated Israel's capacity to retaliate and wage a war of attrition. That war that began on the 7th of October is ongoing on present day. That's the 3rd of March. And Israel, you know, launched this full attack on Hezbollah of a kind that Hezbollah had never you know, anticipated. It was intelligence.
Give me a moment, Sandeep. I want to describe these images and I go full frame on them. This is Beirut right now, even as we speak. A massive, massive strike by Israel in the heart of Beirut. Israel had issued a very clear warning, asking people to vacate their homes because Hezbollah had fired a volley of rockets into northern Israel and in Haifa, a very sensitive port city and other assets that Israel has in the region. Israel immediately issued a threat that they will target Hezbollah strongholds. Watch these images. Those strongholds are being taken down. In the holy month of Ramzan, we saw images of people being told to leave their homes and in thousands. And now you know why. Because Israel wants to neutralize what remains of the Hezbollah leadership, command and control. Again, in the southern part of Lebanon and the northern part of Israel, Sandeep, Hezbollah has underground tunnels. Hezbollah has underground rocket silos and missile silos from where they attack and then disappear again underground. Israel is targeting it not just at the borders, but even in the heart of Beirut.
Yes, yes, Gaurav. And, you know, the blows that Israel has inflicted on Hezbollah since October 7, 2023 is of a level that very few groups could have survived. And it's a miracle that Hezbollah is still alive and fighting and firing those rockets. But, you know, given the fact that how intense the Israeli onslaught on Hezbollah was, that they neutralized the leadership. Hassan Nasrallah was killed living in a bunker that's more than 30 meters deep. They dropped something like 80 GBU-31s on him to kill him, and they decapitated the entire organization, killed the leaders, destroyed their capability to wage war from southern Lebanon. Hezbollah seems to have regenerated some of its combat potential since then, but now they are at the receiving end again, once again, it would seem, of the Israeli Defense Forces. So this is, again, the Middle East, West Asia, for us, heading into a new round of conflict. One really doesn't know which way this is headed, Gaurav.
Indeed, and the manner in which Hassan Nasrallah was taken down, almost an entire apartment block, a square. Imagine those missiles, bunker busters, going in and exploding at different levels to ensure they went all the way down. So the kind of intelligence Israel has been able to gather on the movement of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Houthi rebels and the leadership in the heart of Iran. All of this we are watching. But one thing you have to give it to Israel. Once they decide an enemy has to be taken down, post-October 7, 2023, they've relentlessly pursued Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the leadership in Iran.
Yes, Gaurav. And, you know, this is Israel attacking Iran's axis, so-called axis of resistance, which had been set up over 2 decades by Major General Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the Quds force. He was assassinated by Trump in his first administration about 6 years back in Baghdad airport. Now, this axis of resistance is a very unique concept where proxy forces, primarily Shias who've been armed, trained and resourced by Iran, all around Israel. They have Hamas in Gaza.
Sandeep, stay with me for a moment. I have Mayan Hoffman, who joins me live from Jerusalem to tell us what's happening right now. Mayan, I believe there's massive action that's taking place against the Hezbollah even as we speak. What are you picking up?
Yes, 100%. So all through the night, in fact, it's been very quiet in the center, and we're starting to see fewer rockets overnight in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. We've been seeing Hezbollah launch a series of rockets and attacks against northern Israel. Sirens have been blaring there all night. And as you mentioned, the other way around, the IDF has been striking key targets in Beirut and throughout certain areas of Lebanon, working against Hezbollah. You have to remember that even before this war started, we've been fighting fighting Hezbollah, I should say. The Lebanese government itself has actually called on Hezbollah to stop attacking, but Hezbollah, of course, is not doing that and not adhering to the request of the Lebanese government and continuing to attack Israel. Israel is carrying out not only preemptive but also retaliatory strikes, but certainly preemptive as well, taking out the remaining Hezbollah leadership or the new Hezbollah leadership. A ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon was signed in November of 2025, but you've even seen, as we were gearing up for the attack against Iran, that Israel was working in Lebanon, knowing that likely Hezbollah would join the war. Now, overnight, when Hezbollah launched a series of rockets, they claimed that they had done that in coordination with Iran and at the same time as Iran was launching rockets. But the IDF denied those claims and said they were in fact not launched in coordination or at the same time. What we're really seeing in northern Israel are the drones and the rockets, the missiles coming from Hezbollah, which I want to just say are much less powerful than what we see coming out of Iran.
How potent a force is Hezbollah in Israel's assessment now after that massive offensive that Israel's carried out over the years since 2023?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question.
How strong is Hezbollah as a fighting force now in Israel's assessment?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that right now, when we talk about what's going on, we hear from Netanyahu. He spoke last night, to Fox News, for example, and you can see in that interview that we're still looking at several weeks. The assessment, however, is that Israel and the United States are going to be successful at taking down the regime in Iran, at stopping the ballistic and nuclear missiles. The understanding is, of course, also that we're going to be successful in Lebanon. There really isn't a concern, as we're hearing from the Israeli military and the Israeli government, in terms of success of this war. I think the challenge for Israelis that we're feeling right now is that we know that this is not going to end quickly, that we are going to have quickly, in the scheme of not months perhaps, but certainly 4 to 6 weeks we're looking at of being under fire, which means continuing to run into shelters, etc.
So 4 to 6 weeks is your assessment. Man, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. There's a big story that's coming in, and this time it's from Tehran. It's a big claim that's just been made by Iran about successfully striking a US military base in Bahrain. Iran has said 20 drones and 3 missiles hit the US base, and they've obliterated the US military base in Bahrain. This is a claim, I must add, has been made by Iran. We are waiting for independent confirmation and visual evidence. The information that is that 20 drones and 3 missiles successfully hit the main command and control center, the main command building, and the naval headquarters at the Sheikh Issa base, the US Sheikh Issa base in Bahrain. And Bahrain is very, very important. The 5th Fleet position out of there, not the aircraft carrier, but logistics, a major part of logistics. But apart from just handling logistics, this is the command and control center for the US Navy's 5th Fleet, and there's a goldmine of information that's available on all ships sailing in these waters, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is, if this is true, there are satellite images to suggest that the Iranians have hit the base. This is the naval support facility in Bahrain. It is the key headquarters. It is, in fact, the headquarters of the US 5th Fleet that's based over there. Now, the US 5th Fleet, it oversees 4 naval task forces that monitor maritime activity across the region: the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and of course the Arabian Sea. You have CTF 150, that's Combined Task Force 150, that patrols from Hormuz to as far as the Seychelles through the Gulf of Aden between Djibouti and Yemen. And of course, you have Combined Task Force 152 that patrols the Persian Gulf. And then you have CTF 151 that's focused on disrupting Somali piracy. CTF 52 has got the same mandate, but it's focused on countermining and demining activity. Now that is a specialty that they put over there precisely because Iran sits at the mouth of the Persian Gulf and has the capacity to mine the Straits of Hormuz if the need arises. So this is a
But
very,
Sandeep,
very
if
key
Iran
base.
is successfully striking the Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, and which was one of the most obvious targets, and America has the best systems to defend some of its assets in the region, there will be question that Gulf countries would be asking, if America can't protect its own assets, how much will America be able to protect them? Should the balloon go up more extensively in the region? Should there be a more intense conflict?
Absolutely, Gaurav. And I think that is precisely what the Iranians tried to signal by hitting those headquarters of the naval support facility in Manama, and the fact that in doing so they will actually say that, look, the United States cannot protect its own bases. So why do you allow these bases to be set up in your territories? And this is a war of attrition that Iran has embarked on, where US bases are fair game, Gaurav. And the fact is that, like I mentioned earlier on, if US bases are there so close to the line of fire, the US cannot defend them, that impairs their ability to launch further operations, because you need these bases for demining activities, you need them to refuel your ships, to resource them, to load missiles.
For power projection in these waters, if America is unable to project power in these waters, it would reflect very poorly in times to come on an 11 aircraft carrier battle group navy. And we'll talk about this in greater detail, because each day that Iran's able to strike back, remember, US and Israel are superior forces, far superior to Iran. But if Iran can continue to strike back and strategic targets, not just tactical targets, if it can strike strategic target, it just speaks very poorly of the defense of some of these installations. And we'll talk about that in greater detail over the course of the next 1 hour. A quick break. Back with lots more. Stay with us.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Abbas Araghchi writes to UN Secretary General, calls US strike on Iran a criminal act. IAEA rejects Iran's claim, says no evidence of attack on nuclear site. Iran launches fierce retaliation after US-Israel strike, hits Gulf cities from Doha to Dubai.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast and to our continuing coverage of the crisis in West Asia. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Finally, there is a silver lining to this very dark cloud of war escalating in the region. The good news story finally is Air India is bringing back some of the stranded passengers from the region. The Air India evacuation flight, the first flight has entered Indian airspace, bringing in some of those stranded passengers, stranded since the 28th of February. So Air India, the flight, and we're tracking it on Flight Tracker. We'll show you those images that's crossed over into India. It's now no longer in the Arabian Sea, it's now in Indian airspace. Currently, even as we speak, it's crossing Jaipur. So in just about a little over half an hour, it would be landing in New Delhi. Air India is bringing back some of the stranded passengers, and this is flight AI 916 that has entered Indian airspace, crossing Jaipur en route Delhi. There are several other flights that are standby to bring back passengers from Dubai. From what we've been told, some of the passengers who are stuck, they are being brought back initially, then depending on how a bigger window is given to bring back stranded passengers. I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Amit Bharadwaj, who joins us from outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport. So Amit, finally a ray of hope. Some of those stranded passengers are returning home. What more can you tell us?
Gaurav, absolutely a ray of hope, and this is going to be the first flight out of Dubai, inbound for India. As far as the Indian aviation ecosystem is concerned, Air India AI 916 is the craft which had flown from Dubai this morning and is about to reach the national capital as we speak. This particular craft is already around Faridabad, which means the national capital region. So in an hour or so, maximum by 12:30, what we could see is that people, possibly for the first time on an Indian airline, stranded Indian passengers would be coming back to the national capital, and they would be also sharing their experience, what all they have gone through in the past couple of days when US, Israel and Iran war escalated. So that brings a major hope, and what better holy celebrations for the family members of these passengers who were stranded in Dubai.
Holy for them. But explain this to us. How many other aircraft, what kind of a window is available for flights to go in and fetch people and bring them back? And is it only Dubai, or will it expand to Abu Dhabi? Is it expanding to other countries in the region?
Well, Gaurav, there is at least 10 flights of Indigo which were planned for today to fly from Jeddah for different cities in India, including Mumbai, Chennai, and Hyderabad, Ahmedabad. But what we can tell our viewers is that 4 of these flights were given clearances. All the flights that we are speaking about is subject to local clearance and local airspace restriction or permissions that are being provided by the local authorities. Now, what we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time that out of those 10 planned Indigo flights for today, 4 had been given clearance, and they are supposed to fly to 3 cities of India, including Mumbai, Hyderabad and Ahmedabad. As far as rest of the 6 flights are concerned, possibly there could be, further developments in that regard as well. Why I'm saying that, Gaurav, is that what we can also track at this point in time, that Dubai airspace is slightly opening up. Not just Air India, we have also, other flight operators who are actually flying out their crafts from Dubai. It was a window that was possibly given when several of the airlines decided to take off from Dubai, and we could certainly
So
see
give me a moment, there's more news that's coming in, and I want to share good news as quickly as possible. It's not just Dubai, we are now being told there's a flight that's returning Jeddah to Delhi. So Indigo relief flights, we've got some more information that is coming in. Jeddah Delhi flight, Jeddah to Mumbai flight, and Jeddah to Hyderabad and Jeddah to Ahmedabad. So this window that's been created, there are more flights that are coming. We are told that there's a flight also to Bengaluru that's coming in. So one flight landed in Dubai. There's partial resumption. It does appear that, Amit, this is a small window that's been created, and this would have taken intense negotiations to ensure that passengers who are stuck for several days are finally able to come out, and that this conflict does not bring global economy to a grinding halt. Aviation sector finally breathing a sigh of relief, temporary though. But what can you tell us about the windows that have been created?
Well, Gaurav, the governments are actually deliberating with the airlines as well as the local establishment. And why we are saying governments is that, at least as far as Indian context is concerned, yesterday we know for a matter of fact that Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu held a high-level meeting with his senior officials as well other stakeholders yesterday. And during this meeting, it was decided that 10 of the Indigo flights which were in position to fly back to India from Jeddah, they were, slated for today, subject to local clearances, airspace restrictions or permission. And as we told our viewers that 4 such aircrafts were already cleared for 3 different cities in India today. And along with that, SpiceJet has also said that they are actually resuming their operations from today from different Middle East cities for Indian destinations, which again brings a ray of hope for our viewers. I'll also bring in those details for our viewers' understanding, because I believe that many of our viewers would be also watching this particular news broadcast in order to get the final details on whether their loved ones are coming back. So from Fujairah, you have Delhi, Mumbai, Kochi flights that are scheduled to come back today, and this list could actually increase as the day increases. So Indigo, SpiceJet and Air India flight already in the NCR zone. That is the first flight out of Dubai for Delhi. And in an hour or so, we'll see the passengers stepping out and possibly also sharing their experience. Back to you, Gaurav.
This is wonderful. I believe there's already a reaction from PV Sindhu. Our ace shuttler was stuck in Dubai, has said last couple of days were extremely uncertain, very intense, has successfully landed in Bengaluru. So some flights are coming in, hopefully more flights. It's a bigger window, more passengers can come back, because there are reports that passengers are stranded at multiple airports virtually across the region, and we'll be getting you much more on that story. Amit, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. I want to move to the other big story, and this is where it becomes very alarming. War clouds are deepening. How do we know this? More intense conflict taking place. India Today now wants to get you satellite imagery at one of the biggest oil refineries that have been targeted, the Ras Tanura oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. That's been targeted by Iran. Iran's attack on the refinery actually represents a massive escalation. Analysts are saying Iran is demonstrating that key Gulf energy infrastructure is within its reach. What will this lead to? This will lead to investor sentiment worsening in the oil sector. Saudi Arabia intercepted a large number of drones that were coming in. Saudi Arabia has invested very heavily in air defense systems. Saudi Arabia successfully intercepted the Iranian drones that were coming in, the drones that were specifically out to target the Ras Tanura oil refinery near Dammam. The refinery was shut down as a precaution, the Saudi state television reported. Apparently, there was some debris that led to some images causing panic. Market attention has focused on whether the conflict will widen to other oil-producing countries in the region. Iran's attack on Ras Tanura refinery actually represents a massive escalation. In the past, you've had the Houthi rebels in Yemen, the Houthi forces in Yemen target Saudi oil assets, and that led to a lot of fluctuation and tensions in the market. But this current strike is being seen as a massive escalation. A Middle East analyst said, and I quote, while Iran is demonstrating that key Gulf energy infrastructure is within its reach, all of this could lead to an impact on investor sentiment. Satellite images, and we want to show you the satellite images at the Aramco plant in Saudi Arabia. So these are satellite images that have been taken by Vantor and shared with the Associated Press. This shows the extent of damage at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. Satellite images show a damaged building and the attack that a drone was trying to target. We also want to show you the impact in a retaliatory strike that has taken place, where in Kermanshah in Iran, buildings have been damaged. So intensification of warfare on operations only indicate worse is in store. Iran's ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency on Monday said airstrikes by the United States and Israel had specifically targeted Natanz, and Natanz is a uranium enrichment facility in Iran. He said this contradicts an assessment by the UN nuclear watchdog chief, who insisted up to now the agency had seen absolutely no indication of nuclear facilities being targeted in Iran. Let me tell you a little more about the Natanz site. The Natanz site had been targeted even earlier during the 12-day war in 2025, June 2025. Isfahan, Natanz, Fordo, they had been targeted. This is about 220 kilometers south of the capital, Tehran. It's a combination. It has both above-the-ground laboratories and subsurface laboratories. Majority of the work happens subsurface. Now, that time American President Donald Trump had claimed that Iran's nuclear dreams were dead, they'd been obliterated, or words to that effect. 8 months down the line, it seems it's a completely different story, and I want to bring in my colleague Sandeep Punnithan for more on this. Sandeep, both these are very, very alarming developments. And let's first talk about the targeting of Saudi oil refineries, or an attempt to target the oil refineries by Iran. Marks massive escalation.
Certainly, Gaurav. And, Iran is climbing up the escalation ladder. It's not just attacking US military bases. It's now moved up and it's targeting the oil infrastructure of countries in the region, the Gulf Cooperative Council members, particularly Saudi Arabia. And Gaurav, as you mentioned, it has Aramco, which is the world's second largest oil producer after Rosneft. Aramco had its facilities attacked in 2019, but those were by the Houthis, who launched long-range drone attacks in September of 2019. Aramco has been there before, but this is the first time Iran has directly attacked oil infrastructure belonging to Saudi Arabia. And it is sending a message, Gaurav, that it has the potential to escalate it across other oil infrastructure in other Gulf, monarchies that produce oil. So this is, you're slowly ascending, an escalation ladder, and it could go out of control very quickly, Gaurav.
And the world, which is so interconnected right now, though we've seen Iraq do that, you'd recall Saddam Hussein's times when Iraq did that, setting Kuwait's oil refineries on fire, and that invited massive punitive action against Saddam Hussein in Iraq. However, the damage to the economy then and the damage to the economy now, if Iran targets Saudi oil, it'll be huge huge escalation, Sandeep.
Certainly, Gaurav, and this is a point to note for India as well, because a lot of our oil, 30 to 40% of our oil flows in from West Asia. We have de-risked our oil supply options of late in the last couple of years. We've expanded our suppliers of oil, but primarily it flows in from West Asia. And if the Persian Gulf is blocked, if oil refineries start to get attacked, that's going to create a big problem for us. It will.
Sandeep, stay with me for a moment. I'll come back to the story, but there's breaking news coming in, and these are very alarming pictures. I want you to look at these pictures. So it's a commercial plane that's taking off from Beirut in midst of massive smoke. Watch these images. This is a commercial liner that's taking off during or just immediately after the Israeli airstrike on a stronghold of Hezbollah in Lebanon. These are pictures that have just come in from Beirut, where you can look at the massive plume of smoke rising. And this does appear to be a massive bunker buster that's been used. Sandeep, it does appear more than just a building has gone down in this attack after Israel had warned people to vacate this area. But an aircraft taking off in midst of this, perhaps again, would be a window given by Israel that this is the time that they will not strike. They can take off once the strike is over, Sandeep. But very alarming pictures, Sandeep.
It is extremely alarming, Gaurav. And, it is for a commercial flight to be flying around at a time when missiles and bombs are falling around. It's incredible. And, it's my prayers are with the passengers there who have to go through this ordeal. But, this is a risk that all airliners have been exposed to in the last couple of hours, especially across West Asia, Gaurav. And Beirut is under increasing attack, as we can see that target clearly is something that was really deep buried. A number of bunker busters seem to have been used, and this is possibly some kind of a leadership or a command control node that Israel seems to have knocked out. But extremely harrowing visuals there, Gaurav. And it's nothing that we have seen so far in this in the fourth day of this conflict in West Asia, Gaurav.
Very disturbing, alarming, and the expanse of this battle, Sandeep. Beirut, Lebanon is now right in the heart of action that's been taken. Now, if we were to talk about passengers, because they're now hopefully out of harm's way, they'll heave a sigh of relief. But getting into the aircraft on the runway, there have been times that you're literally taking off and bombs could be falling off in that area. Very scary picture. Of course, when we were getting into Israel and getting out, the Ben Gurion International Airport, we landed, and that's the time Hamas rockets were falling around. So we started reporting right in midst of that in 2023. You'd recall this worrisome, exciting at the same time.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And there is in the last 3 years in West Asia have been literally. Everyone's been living on, on the hair's edge. Visuals like this, we've seen it up close. I recall my hotel being under attack when we were there in 2024. There was a Hezbollah ballistic missile that had been launched, and I saw for the first time what the Iron Dome systems that were activated that took it out. But the main thing is that, Gaurav, in Israel, there's a sense of extremely resilient society, and Israelis have been living under the gun barrel or the rocket barrel.
Sandeep, give me a moment. There's breaking news coming in. This is a big statement coming in from the United States of America, and I want to go to it immediately. Even as war enters day 4, US President Donald Trump has warned that major operations could continue for weeks. There is a possibility of boots on ground if necessary. Even as Israel said it had dropped over 2,500 bombs on Tehran and other parts of Iran. So President Trump has defended Operation Epic Fury, saying the aim is to destroy Iran's nuclear arsenal, eliminate what he calls as a sinister regime that sponsored terror and edged close to weapons that could even hit the United States of America. But this one line about possibility of boots on ground, this would mark a massive shift in what was initially said. He's insisting Iran's nukes would have threatened the world. He's pledged America will prevail. He's cautioned the war could run 4 to 5 weeks. strikes continue. Israel just a short while back had said they've dropped more than 2,500 bombs across nearly 600 targets inside Iran, including missile launchers, air defense systems, and leadership locations. The US defense leadership insists the operation is not about regime change. Defense Secretary or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he said this is not a regime change war, but one that seeks to eliminate what Washington calls is a major threat to peace. Officials in Washington, D.C. say the campaign is not about an endless war, though they've cautioned more casualties could be expected. Sandeep, I'll bring you in, but before that, let's listen into reactions from the U.S.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by
a so-called regime change war. But the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan, funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war. from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. The United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The President directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire.
So the United States is systematically taking down targets in Iran, and they've intensified their air operations and their missile strikes. Wave after wave after wave of strikes are taking place. What are the targets? First, the ballistic missiles. Each missile that's fired, weapon locating radars, they track it. Satellites track the location. Aircraft in the sky, they track the location, and they immediately hit those ballistic missile locations. 2, target Iran's maritime mining capabilities. Remember that very crucial Strait of Hormuz. This is that Strait of Hormuz. Iran can mine it. It's very dangerous. It's a global choke point for global energy, and especially countries like India, Southeast Asia, Japan. That's the time that America is trying to target those capabilities. 11 ships have been sunk, is something that President Trump spoke of, targeting the air defense systems. Now, wave after wave of missile strikes and then aircraft that went in, they seem to indicate that most of Iran's air defense systems that were not taken down in the 12-day war in June 2025 have now been taken down, and they include the S-300 systems, also the Chinese HQ-9 and 16 systems that had been acquired by Iran. Target number 4, command and control nodes. Now, command and control centers are being taken down not just in capital Tehran, but the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their command centers, their bases, their execution centers, their missile silos, their launch pads, all of them are being taken down in different parts of Iran, and thousands of locations have been earmarked. So 2,500 military targets were specified in intense operations by Israel and by the United States of America. And this is information given to India Today by Israel's ambassador to India, Reuven Azar. 2,500 sites earmarked, about 1,000, we're told, have been taken down. The operation will continue. What is Iran doing? Despite being directly in the line of fire, Iran is hitting back and hard. Israel has been in the line of fire directly. More than 200 missiles fired in the direction of Israel, and more than 12 drone strikes have either taken place or intercepted in the nick of time. There have been 10 fatalities and casualties in Israel. United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, 137 missiles fired, 209 drones fired and intercepted by UAE's air defense system. Bahrain, 48 missiles and 9 drones intercepted. Iraq, 7 missiles and a volley of drone strikes that have taken place, including at Erbil in the northern part, the Kurdistan region. That is where Erbil airport was targeted. You saw the plumes of smoke and a ball of fire there. Jordan, 11 missiles fired, 36 drones, they were intercepted. The missiles and drones were intercepted. Kuwait, multiple missile strikes and drone strikes that have taken place. Most of them were intercepted, but some did cause damage to American interests and assets, as they did in Qatar, where 66 missiles were intercepted. Oman, 3 drones intercepted. Cyprus, 2 missiles fired. The UK has its troops and assets deployed in Cyprus, and they are now being evacuated to safer territories. Saudi Arabia, the US mission embassy in Riyadh was targeted. Drone strikes have taken place. 2 drones succeeded in hitting. Multiple were neutralized. Syria, there was a missile strike. It was neutralized. So this just goes on to show how massive is the expanse of Iran's counteroffensive. More breaking news coming in, and this is US President Donald Trump talking about the latest weapons that the United States is using in its offensive Operation Epic Fury against Iran. He spoke of the B-2 bombers and the bunker busters, the GBU-31s. Donald Trump is now flaunting other deadly ammunition that the United States is using in this war. And he's made one thing very clear. He said the supply of ammunition is infinite. There is no shortage of missiles. There's no shortage of bombs and drones. Trump said ammo supply has never been higher. Donald Trump has said the United States has unlimited supply of ammunition, and this is in direct response to critics saying that Iran is very systematically sending in low quality or earlier generation drones and rockets and missiles. Right now, the US is exhausting all its air defense system, and only then will Iran in the next phase of war send in the hypersonic missiles and latest generation, the newer generation of weapons. But America says, the president says, there's no shortage of weapons and ammunition. I want to quickly bring in Sandeep Punithan for more on this. Sandeep, the American president is sounding very confident, but there are 2 aspects that we must discuss. One, he says there's no shortage of ammunition. What is your take, Sandeep, on some analysts saying Iran has a plan? Iran initially is sending in older generation weapons and missiles and rockets and drones. US and Israel, they have a finite supply of their air defense systems. The moment that's exhausted, Iran will send in the latest hypersonic weapons.
That's the plan, Gaurav, and that's what we saw during the 12-day war last year, when you recall, when Iran started hitting Israel, first with a lot of drones, and then it started bringing in the big hypersonic missiles, the long-range ballistic missiles, all of that. And those effects started to be felt towards the end of the war. When the big hypersonic missiles started hitting in, they were breaking through the missile defense shields. And bear in mind, Gaurav, Israel is the most heavily defended country on earth. It is guarded by multiple layers of long-range, starting from short-range iron beam systems using lasers to very long-range arrow and terminal high-altitude area defense interceptors. So multiple ranges of interceptors stacked in Israel. The Iranians managed to get through some of that. And this is a strategy that we're seeing here in play as well, except that the theater of conflict has expanded across West Asia. The Iranians are, of course, a lot of their ordnance is being directed towards Israel. A lot of the projectiles are being sent towards Israel, and there is merit in what those analysts are saying. The fact is that Iran has been sending out a lot of the Shahed 136, the low-cost drones that they manufacture in the tens of the thousands. They have the largest production lines of Shaheds in the world. Possibly the Russians come up a second. They believe to have 40 to 50,000 of these cheap one-way kamikaze drones, and that is what they've been firing at a lot of these targets. In
fact, General Dan Kane, he pointed to the twin threats that the United States faces. The biggest threat that the US faces is long-range weapons. But then there are also those who are now saying, analysts are also raising that question, Sandeep, that the threat that's posed by one-way suicide drones, that's a huge threat in times to come.
It is a huge threat, Gaurav, and because there is no low-cost interceptor mechanism. The Israelis, of course, have the Iron Beam, which uses lasers. But the United States is still on the Patriot mode. It's on the Patriot and THAAD mode. High cost, high impact interceptors, which cost a bomb, literally. It's $1 million an interceptor. It takes weeks to build one interceptor round, and there is a finite number of those interceptors, and that is what Iran seems to be banking on here. You get the United States and Israel to expend its interceptors, and of course the Gulf states, by firing in all these low-cost Shahids, which they have in the tens of thousands.
Oh, absolutely. Sandeep, stay with me as I get more details of operations on day 4. This is the latest information that is coming in. Remember, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he says the worst is yet to come, the worst fury of the American forces on Iran. But what's the fury so far? Israel and the United States together have dropped more than 1,200 munitions on Iran. More than 1,200. Israel and the United States, they've bombed across 24 provinces in Iran. Iran has been able to launch strikes and counter-strikes at 27 different locations, both of the Israeli Defense Forces and US assets and bases and interests in the region, on sea and on land. At sea and on land. Iran strikes, well, 9 Gulf countries, including UAE and Saudi Arabia, in the line of Iranian drones, missiles and rockets. Iran has fired over 400 missiles and more than 800 drones in the past 3 days. This is now day 4 of this conflict. The apprehension is this could intensify. The intensity of the strikes from the Iranian side, the numbers may have decreased, but the precise kills, that's the cause for alarm, including the targeting of the US Embassy in Riyadh. What are the weapons that America is using for defense, for example? The Patriot Interceptor System. This is a surface-to-air missile defense system. It's deployed very extensively. It has a very good proven track record. However, 1, it's very expensive. 2, when it comes to the latest generation weapons, the hypersonic missiles or the very slow-flying drones, this is where the Patriot system also faces a challenge. Then let's talk about the THAAD. This is Terminal High Altitude Area Defense Shield of the United States of America. And THAAD systems, it's an anti-ballistic missile system. We'll show you images of the THAAD system. It's the most powerful long-range anti-missile defense shield. This is where it can take down a ballistic missile that's coming in from stratosphere and ensure the threat is neutralized far, far away from your territory. So, over the course of the day, we'll explain it to you. From the point defense system, which is what Israel has for close quarter, the Iron Dome system, from till up to 30 kilometers, it can take down a threat. Patriot missile, the David Sling till about 150 odd kilometers. The Patriot missile system, another 150 odd kilometers. And then THAAD, the effort is to take it down way before it comes anywhere close to your territory. And even then, there's another system. You have your fighter jets in the skies. And this is a very complex envelope that's created. How? You have your early warning, advanced early warning, airborne command and control centers. They see the launch of the missiles and then they guide. Simultaneously, all air defense assets are given the information. Artificial intelligence moves into play and then directs which missile to go in for what target, depending on where that missile is likely to hit. But then Iran also has the new zigzag missiles that can dodge interceptors. You also have your fighter jets in the sky because your fighter pilots have the air-to-air missiles to take down not just incoming aircraft, but also incoming missiles. Combat-proven F-18, and these are carrier-borne aircraft. They can take off and neutralize. America's Brahmastra, in a way, their most potent 5th generation fighter jets, the F-22 Raptors and the F-35 stealth jets. 5th generation stealth fighters cannot be seen on most radar systems. The advanced stealth air dominance fighters, the F-22 Raptors, and America doesn't share these with many countries. America flies them, Britain flies them, kept a very closely guarded secret. And of course the EA-18G, the Growler, and this is a US Navy carrier-based electronic warfare fighter. Then the P-8s, long-range maritime reconnaissance aircraft, and this is the P-8Is is something that Indian Navy also operates. Very, very potent maritime reconnaissance aircraft and surveillance aircraft. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and we'll show you both USS Gerald Ford and Abraham Lincoln with a displacement of 98,000 tons can carry, and these are the world's largest aircraft carriers. Look at the size, 100 fighter jets they can take on board, helicopters, early warning aircraft, E-2C, E-2D, turboprop aircraft, their eyes in the sky, plus anti-submarine warfare helicopters, anti-ship warfare missile, and these aircraft carriers then move with an aircraft carrier strike group. They have their own destroyers, they have their frigates, they have their tankers, they have the nuclear-powered submarines. So this is virtually a battlefield at sea that nobody can target. And then the protectors in the sky, the massive assault aircraft, the B-2 stealth bombers. These are long-range, multi-role strategic bombers. The images that you see on your television screen used very extensively in operations in Afghanistan and also against Iran in June 2025. And then the latest Lucas drones. These are those suicide drones, kamikaze drones used by the US for the first time. In a way, the way Iran has the Shahid drones, Israel has the Harpies, US has the Lucas drones. And I want to quickly bring in Sandeep Unnithan onto this. When you look at the weapons, America and Israel have the best in the world, but then the drones, Sandeep, they are the game changers. They are the disruptive technology where a far superior power, a less powerful country, is almost at par with these kamikaze drones.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And that has been the big conundrum of 21st century warfare, because technology in terms of guidance packages, warheads, and of course, low-cost, drones like this have literally leveled the playing field between, a superpower like the United States and an inferior power like Iran, which doesn't have a navy of any consequence, which has a very weak air force or practically non-existent air force. But over the last couple of years, Iran has built up what I call a tactical triad of weapons. One is, of course, the cruise missiles, which they've always had, ballistic missiles, which they've built over the last couple of years, and of course, the crown jewel of their military technological achievement are the Shahid 136 drones, which are now being copied by the United States. So Iran's deterrence, its military power essentially rests on this new tactical triad of weaponry: ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and mass-produced, low-cost, unmanned aerial systems like the Shahid 136, which they have exported to various other countries. They've transferred production lines to Russia. Russia is making them in scale. Ukraine is building them in tens of thousands. And now, as our viewers are seeing on screen, the Lucas, which is America's low-cost unmanned aerial system, which the US has also been forced to adopt and re-engineer and deploy in combat for the first time in West Asia, Gaurav. So there is a lot of lessons for us who are watching this pace of conflict unfold in West Asia. That why is it that India, for instance, has not been able to build these low-cost options at scale? We have the BrahMos missile. It's one of the deadliest missiles in the world, but they're expensive. They have a limited number of BrahMos missiles, and those should be preserved for very high-value targets. But these are the kind of systems we need to build them in the tens, if not the hundreds of thousands, like other countries are doing, Gaurav.
With absolutely no Chinese components.
India has not been able to do. We have the finest engineers, the finest MSMEs, the finest startups who are building these, who have prototypes, who have demonstrated it. But the numbers being sold are, laughable, Gaurav. 50, 100, 150. We should be standardizing this production, building them like we built, the automobile revolution that took off in the 80s, where we were building large number of cars. We should
need the Maruti of kamikaze drones, is what you're saying.
We have it. We don't have the political will and the military, acumen to deploy this at the scale to, put down those production lines, to get our industries together, civil, military, in the government sector, in the private sector. Everybody can come together, build the components.
This is disruptive technology that nobody has a counter to, especially the scale with which you can swarm the enemy. A far superior power can do nothing when there's a swarm drone attack. How many laser beams and how many Patriots and how many David Sling and Iron Dome would a country be able to fire? You need a combination of weapons and I must say, when you look at this war right now and you look at India's Operation Sindoor, the manner in which our Akash Tir system, our air defense system, and I've had the privilege of reporting from ground zero, from the Zu-23 to the L-70 anti-aircraft guns, Second World War vintage guns to take down these drones, to the Akash surface-to-air missile defense system, to the S-400s. What a beautiful array India was able to mount. And 4 days this operation, look at the losses, look at the operation. That time, India was able to get supremacy there, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And a lot of these systems, the ones that you reported on, they're all homegrown systems. The Akash Tir is homegrown. The IACCS, operated by the Indian Air Force, again, homegrown, developed by us indigenously. BrahMos, another example of, Indo-Russian cooperation. We had the vision, the foresight to induct it more than 2 decades ago, and we're now building them at scale. Possibly very few countries in the world have these capabilities, these capacities. We've invested in the past, Gaurav, but looking at the way this West Asian war is unfolding, there are huge lessons for India as well, Gaurav. We can't sit out of this conflict. Tomorrow, that conflict could be imposed on us, and then we will be looking for options, and we have those options within our country. We have our scientists, we have our military people, we have our innovators. We just need to start building them in the large numbers that we would require, Gaurav.
Because Iran has fired so many drones and missiles even as we speak in the past 3 days. Should any adversary do that in the region, what will India's counter-offensive be? We'll talk about that in greater detail on Battle Cry over the weekend. But for the moment, I want our viewers to take a look at this latest report that came in, and it's fascinating in the manner in which Israel was tracking every movement of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his core team, including his personal bodyguards. The manner in which there was a targeted strike that was carried out in downtown Tehran on the 28th of February. Israel's plot to neutralize Ayatollah Ali Khamenei or assassinate him has been going on for years, according to media reports. They were plotting it for a very long time. They were planning it for a very long time. They were waiting for the right moment. Now, Financial Times in a report says Israel spent years hacking into Tehran's traffic cameras and penetrating into the mobile phone network to monitor every movement, not just of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his family, his personal bodyguards, officials who came to meet him, so that a bigger picture could be formed about the security detail and his movement ahead of the assassination. So imagine when you have information that's coming in from mobile phones, information that's coming in from traffic cameras where you can even see the face of individuals, movement of vehicles, and satellite imagery. And then you collate all of this together. So you have technical intelligence coming in, you have signal intelligence coming in, you have intelligence coming in from CCTV cameras and assets on ground. Information that's coming in now seems to indicate that all traffic cameras in Tehran had been hacked for years. Footage encrypted and transmitted to servers, not just in Tel Aviv, but also in a southern part of Israel, where every bit of information was being collated, and ultimately the strike took place. We get you more in this report.
This visual reconstruction tells the story of a highly coordinated and targeted strike. At the center of the frame, a secured residential complex in Tehran. Israeli intelligence, according to reports, had pinpointed the precise location of Khamenei inside the compound. The opportunity sources say was rare. A high-level joint meeting of senior political and military leadership was underway. Israeli jets are believed to have dropped nearly 30 precision-guided munitions on the compound. The strike was carried out in broad daylight. Sources indicate the operation was closely coordinated with the United States as intelligence inputs were shared between them. Surveillance confirmed movement inside the compound before the green signal was given. Within minutes, the residential block was reduced to debris. Shock waves rippled across the surrounding area. The timing during an ongoing strategic meeting suggests the objective went beyond infrastructure. It was a leadership decapitation. Bureau Report, India Today.
But if the United States and Israel thought that decapitating or assassinating Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would lead to thousands and thousands of people coming to the streets of Tehran and overwhelming the regime and a Gen Z revolution, that clearly did not happen. On the contrary, Iran consolidated and is striking back and is striking hard, and it's actually widened the entire scope of these operations. And I want you to look at these images from the Gulf of Oman to Lebanon, to Iraq, to other parts, including Tel Aviv, to Cyprus, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh. Iran has struck back and hard. I leave you with these images. A quick break. Back with lots more. Keep watching India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Trump warns Iran, says US troops may be deployed if needed. Iran shuts Hormuz Strait, oil tankers stranded, global energy crisis fears rise. Iran launches major airstrike on Qatar and Dubai with ballistic missiles.
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The Great Nicobar Controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With with the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
विश्व में चल रहे अनेक तनावों को लेकर भारत की सोच स्पष्ट ही है। हमने सदैव शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने का आह्वान किया है और जब दो लोकतंत्र साथ खड़े होते हैं तो शांति की आवाज और भी सशक्त हो जाती है। पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Iran has been always open to diplomacy. And I think we have a very good record of that. Contrary to Americans, that their record is very bad and very negative. You know, this is the second time that we negotiated with Americans and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation. So the first, rocket or missile or whatever that they fired hit the negotiation table. It happened exactly the same last June. We had another experience. We negotiated with them together with other members of P5+1, and we concluded the deal in 2015, and it was the US who withdrew with no justification, with no reason. And Iran remained committed to that deal as long as it was, in place. So nobody can question Iran's, good faith and readiness for diplomacy, for talks.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 35 and minimum 15 degrees. Mumbai maximum 29 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 20 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 32 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 21 degrees.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Now, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. The IRGC, in fact, announced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What is likely to be the impact of this decision? Remember, 20% of global oil passes through this route. First, the headlines. It's the day 4 of the US-Israel versus Iran war. Israeli and US forces release video of attack. US missile hits Iran military vehicle. Iran army vehicles targeted and struck. After B-2 bombers and bunker busters, Trump flaunts deadly ammo against Iran, says ammo supply never been higher. And Air India brings back passengers stranded in West Asian countries. Air India lands in Delhi with passengers who were stranded in Dubai. Emirates' 5 aircrafts left from Dubai today. Israel's shadow war in Tehran to kill Khamenei. Traffic cameras turned spy tools. Cyber intel, digital stalking was used to track the movements of Khamenei. Surveillance was on Khamenei before strikes. Former Congress chief Sonia Gandhi questions Prime Minister's silence on Khamenei killing, says government silence is not neutral but it's abdication. Sonia expresses doubt on India's foreign policy. Sonia Gandhi calls silence by Modi government disturbing. The conflict in West Asia is escalating with both sides on offensive. Here's a look at top 50 images coming from all fronts. Beginning with the first one, IDF continues to target Hezbollah operatives in Lebanon. Israel reportedly targeted weapons depot and other infrastructure across the country. In the latest video, a thick smoke can be seen rising from a building after a strike in Beirut's Dahia. Israel has carried out heavy strikes on the Hezbollah-dominated southern suburbs of Lebanon. People heard warplanes and bombs being dropped as airstrikes were carried out over wide swathes of the country, south of the country, collapsing buildings in villages near Tyre. Israel carried out attack on Hezbollah hideouts in Beirut after the Iran-backed Lebanese group launched missiles and drones towards Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. IDF is targeting command centers and weapons storage facilities of Hezbollah. With the latest thermal imagery accessed by India today, Operation Epic Fury seems to be laser focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. US forces have claimed that they are hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. US forces have released a video of destroying Iran's naval fleet in the Gulf of Oman. American military says it struck 11 Iranian Navy ships as part of its strikes. United States justified the action and said Iranian regime is harassed and tagged international shipping in the Gulf of Oman for decades. Amidst the ongoing conflict between the US, Israel and Iran, the Iraqi resistance group claimed they are carrying out drone attacks on hotel housing US troops in Erbil region of Iraq. Iraqi resistance group Saraya Aulia al-Dam released footage of targeting the US-run Victoria base near Baghdad International Airport. The UAE air defenses are currently dealing with missile threats. The government has urged all citizens and residents to remain in safe places and not leave until instructions are issued by the competent authorities.
We basically were then evacuated.
US Department of State has urged all Americans to immediately leave a dozen countries in West Asia. The latest advisory applies to UAE, Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the occupied West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Yemen. Iran's Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi shared an aerial image showing rows of freshly dug graves. Iran claims that 160 innocent young girls who were killed in the US-Israeli bombing of a primary school were buried here. IDF is now attacking in Tehran and Beirut. Simultaneously, the Air Force has begun a wave of extensive strikes against the Iranian terror regime and the Hezbollah terror organization. A drone attack targeted a U.S. military base near Iraq's Erbil airport amidst West Asia crisis. Satellite and aerial images of the ongoing Iran-Israel war show how only a few days of intense strikes have devastated key military facilities and infrastructure in Iran. Before and after imagery highlights the rapid expansion of the conflict and how the war is now spreading across West Asia. Iran makes new claims that school children have been killed in U.S.-Israeli airstrike, and this was an elementary school in Iran. Iranian state media reported that the death toll at the school has risen to around 165, many of them young girls. According to Iranian state media, 5 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the IRGC, have been killed by the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. After the B-2 bombers and bunker buster strikes, Trump flaunted the U.S. ammunition supply against Iran, saying that ammo levels have never been higher and that the U.S. has virtually unlimited supply of ammunition.
的这样的一个地区，就是刚刚遭到。
After Iran hits Saudi oil refinery, satellite images show damage at the Ras Tanura oil refinery in Saudi Arabia and other facilities in Iran. After the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, people in Baghdad, especially in Shiite majority neighborhoods, continued to hold mourning processions and public gatherings. Commercial airplane took off from Beirut amidst rising smoke and loud explosions shortly after Israeli airstrikes hit the Lebanese capital. And now Air India is bringing back stranded passengers. Air India flight AI 916 has reached Delhi with stranded Indian passengers. A Shahed 136 drones delivered a significant impact on a building in Dubai where American military personnel were stationed.
This is when we found out that the bad one.
Dubai airport is deserted after operations were suspended due to continuous Iranian airstrikes, one of which struck the iconic facility. Visuals show not a single passenger or staff member at what is usually one of the world's busiest airports. Drone attacks from Iran targeted a water tank of a power plant and a Qatar energy facility. Qatar's defense ministry has issued a statement. No casualties have been reported and authorities are addressing damages and losses. Another massive escalation in the ongoing Middle East conflict. Sources say Iranian forces have fired Imad and Qadr ballistic missiles. These are Tehran's medium-range ballistic missiles. Sources say US-flagged tanker Stena Imperative hit by 2 projectiles while anchored in Bahrain port. The fire on the tanker has been put out and the crew evacuated the vessel safely. An Indian national has been killed after an oil tanker was attacked in the Gulf of Oman by a bomb-carrying drone boat. 16 Indian nationals were on board the tanker. Indian embassy says it is in constant touch with Oman authorities. The assault on Tehran intensifies the IDF claims it has launched a sweeping new wave of attacks on the Iranian capital. Multiple blasts have been heard across the city. Dramatic visuals coming in from Israel. An Iranian missile struck a neighborhood in the city of Bir Sheba. CCTV captures cloud of smoke emerging from the locality after the missile strike. US Embassy in Islamabad and the consulates in Karachi and Lahore suspended all visa and American citizen services till March 6th. This comes after violent protests erupted following the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The action comes after a violent mob opened fire at the US consulate in Karachi and tried to set it on fire. UAE successfully intercepted a drone fired by Iran in Ras Al Khaimah. Debris fell from the operation with sharpnels falling near civilian areas. No injuries were reported. The US has confirmed that 3 F-15 fighter jets crashed in Kuwait. Central Command says they were mistakenly shot down by Kuwait air defenses and were a victim of friendly fire.
لا والله حربية طيارة حربية طيارة حربية
The pilot of the US fighter jet ejected safely and was taken to hospital in the trunk of a car with minor injuries. Recently released satellite imagery shows extensive damage at multiple Iranian military installations, including air, drone, and naval facilities, following the latest round of strikes amidst the escalating Israel-Iran conflict. Black smoke was seen rising from the US Embassy in Kuwait City after the latest volley of Iranian strikes. The embassy did not announce it had been hit, but issued a security alert urging people to stay away. US military infrastructure in Bahrain was targeted again by Iran amidst escalating US-Iran tensions. Bahraini authorities confirmed air defenses intercepted missiles, while the US embassy urged shelter in safe place. Iran fired ballistic missiles at Tel Aviv and areas across Israel, triggering widespread air raid sirens, civilians to cover on streets amidst intercepts and possible hits. Iran-backed militias in Iraq launched drone and rocket attacks on US bases in Erbil, escalating regional retaliation. Strikes mark continued assaults on American positions across West Asia. The world's largest aircraft carrier, US Gerald R. Ford, is in the forces, with U.S. forces supporting Operation Epic Fury, launching aircraft from the eastern Mediterranean Sea. U.S. has confirmed that B-2 stealth bombers struck Iran's reinforced ballistic missile facilities. The long-range bombers flew directly from U.S. to Iran and dropped dozens of 1,000 kgs bombs on military establishments in Iran. The B-2 Spirit bomber is designed to evade radar and deliver heavy bunker buster munitions against deeply buried targets. U.S. Central Command has released videos showing missiles being fired and jets taking off to strike Iran. The military has not released any additional details regarding the position of its war assets. In the last 24 to 48 hours, this war has escalated. It's an active and live situation, viewers, and what is emerging is that more and more parts of the Middle East are being engulfed in this war, which began with US-Israeli forces carrying out precision strikes in Iran, which led to the killing of several top generals and Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. News just coming in that Air India has brought back 149 Indians from Dubai. This is the first Air India flight from Dubai which has landed in Delhi, and the stranded passengers were flown in from Dubai late last night, and Air India has welcomed back these passengers who were on Air India 916 that landed in Dubai at 11 a.m. And this is the first flight which has operated by an Indian carrier for the homecoming of the passengers. That becomes particularly important because India's focus is now on evacuating Indians who are there in this entire zone in the Middle East. The focus certainly is to ensure their safety. And if you remember the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs, which was chaired by the Prime Minister, the focus has been on ensuring the safety of Indians who are there. And roughly around 95 lakh Indians are there. That's how big the Indian diaspora is, which includes several workers and Indians who are in multiple roles across Middle East. We have Amit Bhardwaj joining us. Amit, will we be seeing more such flights, or is this the only flight? Because it would have carried roughly around 200 passengers. What about the rest?
What we can certainly tell our viewers is that the first flight from Dubai to Delhi has landed at 10:58, and the families are in fact stepping out of the airport right now from the international terminal. And this is the first Indian carrier to actually bring back the Indian passengers who were stranded in Dubai amidst the Middle East crisis and the Iran war. And the families who are stepping out, they have only one word to say, that we are happy to be back on our homeland. That's what these families are telling us. They did say that even though being in Dubai, while the bombardments were happening, war escalations, they were seeing it all playing out. They felt in a way little safe, but they are more happy to be back and back in home where they would be safe and back with their families, more so during holy festivities. So Air India's 916D, it took off from Dubai, came to Delhi at 10:48 in the morning. It was carrying 149 passengers, the first Indian carrier to bring back these stranded passengers from Dubai. Along with that, Air India has also operated another flight that was carrying nearly 143 crew members from Dubai. So these were crew members who were stranded because of the war escalations, and they were brought back by Air India around early in the morning, and it had Air India plus Air India Express crew members. So two flights have been operated by Air India, first Indian carrier to actually do it from Dubai to bring back the stranded passengers from there. And what we are given to understand there are 149 such passengers who are stepping out of the international, arrivals terminal in the national capital. And because they were actually very stressed for the past 4 days, their family members would have been really concerned, worried about for their safety. And that is why many of them are actually, also want to go back to their home and don't want to stay back here because that would be the feeling that one would go through, when you are struck in a country which is going through a war escalations happen continuously, and you eventually get an opportunity to step out of that country. First, a flight out of that country, obviously you would want to go back to your home to meet your family members, and that's what these people are also saying. I did speak to a family who was just out of that flight. A very small child, mother and father. The mother told us as to how everything was.
Amit, I'm going to come to you because we have our reporter Mayan Hoffman joining us from Jerusalem. I'm looking at this tweet which has been put out just a few seconds ago by the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, Mayan. And it says that the U.S. Embassy is not in a position at this time to evacuate or directly assist Americans in departing Israel. It goes on to say that if you actually choose to take any of the shuttles, then there will be no guarantee on your safety either. So is there a problem with the U.S. Embassy there? Because U.S. embassies in multiple parts of Middle East are being targeted by the Iranian drones?
Yes, I mean, well, here in Israel, the skies are actually closed. And even though our national air carrier, El Al, is working to get Israeli passengers back, none of those flights have begun. And therefore, the U.S. Embassy also could not guarantee evacuation. The only way that people can really get in or out of the country is by going through the border countries, Jordan or Cairo. And right now, the U.S. Embassy has said they're not going to take responsibility for that transit, given the situation on the ground, the constant barrage of missiles. And now, of course, coming, as we just saw moments ago, from Hezbollah as well. We just had a drone infiltration from Hezbollah caught too late by the Air Force, and therefore, our defenses came late, and there were sirens throughout Jerusalem and the center just moments ago. And it looks like I'm just getting very first reports that maybe one of the interceptors even hit into a building in Modi'in, which is in central Israel. So, I mean, nobody appears to be hurt, what I'm seeing now from Magen David Adom, but there was a last-minute siren unexpected here in the country.
And the Israeli strikes have also expanded to Beirut, Lebanon. They are looking at targeting Hezbollah, but there are also counter strikes which are coming in from Iran.
Exactly. We're seeing both. We're seeing an escalation in the north, and there is a question mark as to whether or not that will become yet another extremely active front. Israel is strongly targeting Hezbollah in Beirut, Dakhia, and they're really saying they're targeting the new leadership of Hezbollah and preempting additional strikes against Israel as Hezbollah expressed support and wants to support Iran. Simultaneously, we are continuing to see Iranian attacks. But I will say that in those retaliatory attacks, we saw very few since yesterday early evening. Here in Jerusalem and in the center where we are normally getting the majority of the sirens, we actually slept through the nights. There were mostly sirens in Israel's north and the Galilee and the Golan, again coming from Hezbollah and from Lebanon, despite the fact that the Lebanese government has called on Hezbollah not to get involved in the war. As is expected, Hezbollah is taking action, and therefore Israel is responding there as well.
And do we know about the U.S. embassies in various parts? Because the reports are suggesting that the U.S. embassies in Riyadh and particularly in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia has been attacked by a drone coming in from Iran.
That's correct. That is what the reports are saying, and the U.S. Embassy has confirmed that from what I understand. Where I'm standing right now is actually in the backyard of the U.S. Embassy here in Israel, in Jerusalem. It's completely vacated except for the couple of guards that are standing alongside. There's definitely an understanding that Iran is working first and foremost to target U.S. targets in the Middle East. I think we've seen that in Qatar, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain. It's becoming more of a regional war. It's trying to drag the region into the war. But as you heard from the United States and also from Israel, they're going to continue to fight till the end. We're looking at maybe 4 to 6 weeks of this. The big question, I think, is really what's going to go on in Europe, where they're starting. We had another incident again in Cyprus overnight, early morning, and the question is what's going to happen to some of those areas in the region. But, for now, it seems that the U.S. and Israel are going to continue despite those attacks. But certainly U.S. targets are being hit by Iran.
All right. Mayan, really appreciate your time. Thank you. News is coming in now is that China has backed Iran in this West Asia war. It has taken its position firmly in support of Iran. China's foreign minister has dialed Iranian foreign minister Araghchi, and China has said that it will support Iran to protect territorial integrity. China has also urged US and Israel to stop this war. China has said that it will stop war from engulfing Middle East. Stop this war from engulfing Middle East is a message coming from China to US and Israel, even as it supports Iran and says that the support is that Iran must be allowed to protect its territorial integrity. This comes in the backdrop of what UK Prime Minister Starmer has said that Britain was deliberately not involved in the initial US-Israeli strikes, and he will not be joining offensive actions or pursuing regime changes from the skies. And he had gone on to say that the lessons from Iraq has been learned, and the priority should be about settlements and civilian protection. NATO, remember, maintains non-involvement as alliances. Secretary General Mark Rutte had, though, praised the US-Israeli actions for degrading Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities, calling them really important. Now, it certainly appears that there has been no breakthrough in the back-channel efforts. Omani mediation collapsed pre-strikes, no new channels, certainly amidst this bombardment. On day 4 of Operation Epic Fury, United States continues to bomb key Iranian targets. US and Israel have now launched strikes at key military targets in Iran. The Israeli Air Force eliminated soldiers from the defense array of Iran. The Air Force aircraft attacked and neutralized a squad of soldiers from Iran. Israel Air Force in fact, continues to attack sites of fire arrays and Iranian ballistic missile launchers. Last night, US B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. US has said that it will destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. United States forces have said that they are now hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. US has also described Operation Epic Fury as a massive success, also going on to say that they will continue to destroy Iranian offensive missile. US forces also hit Iranian warship deployed in Gulf and Oman and said that they will continue to defend their assets. Meanwhile, India Today's special animated video shows the bird's eye view of the war in the last 3 days.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot.
They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in an airstrike targeting his compound in downtown Tehran on February 28th. However, Israel's plot to kill Khamenei has been ongoing for years. And as per the UK media, that is Financial Times, which is reporting that Israel spent years hacking Tehran's traffic cameras and penetrating mobile phone networks to monitor movements of Iran's Supreme Leader and his security details ahead of his assassination. Nearly all traffic cameras in Tehran had been hacked for years, with footage encrypted and transmitted to servers in Tel Aviv and southern Israel. So that's how it was about. Remember, they have all the details. They had the details. They were monitoring him. The surveillance cameras were on him specifically. And these were spy tools that were used. Israel spent years hacking Tehran traffic cameras, and that actually led to them monitoring the movement of Khamenei specifically. And the CCTV footage was sent to Israeli servers then. They hacked phone networks to monitor the movement of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The strike was the strike that killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and this is the report that is coming in from Financial Times. They were, as we have been saying, that there are details of how this all played out, for how they have been working on it for weeks and months and perhaps years to monitor his entire movement.
This visual reconstruction tells the story of a highly coordinated and targeted strike. At the center of the frame, a secured residential complex in Tehran. Israeli intelligence, according to reports, had pinpointed the precise location of Khamenei inside the compound. The opportunity, sources say, was rare. A high-level joint meeting of senior political and military leadership was underway. Israeli jets are believed to have dropped nearly 30 precision-guided munitions on the compound. The strike was carried out in broad daylight. Sources indicate the operation was closely coordinated with the United States as intelligence inputs were shared between them. Surveillance confirmed movement inside the compound before the green signal was given. Within minutes, the residential block was reduced to debris. Shock waves rippled across the surrounding area. The timing during an ongoing strategic meeting suggests the objective went beyond infrastructure. It was a leadership decapitation. Bureau Report, India Today.
And news coming in now from Jammu and Kashmir. There has been a complete shutdown which is being observed in Poonch to mourn the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and to protest against Israel and the US. Police and CRPF are on high alert to deal with any situation and maintain the law and order. So there is a total shutdown in Jammu and Kashmir as people mourn the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The Iran's Supreme Leader, remember, was assassinated on 28th morning. The report was in fact shared by by the US president with the entire world. Let me bring in Mir Farid, who's joining us. So, Mir, there were protests in Jammu and Kashmir, protests in several parts of India, and these were largely the members of the Shia community, the Shia Muslims protesting. But are you also sensing that perhaps other Muslims, groups could also be joining in?
Well, Maria, as of now, it has. Now you have substantial pockets of Shia community in the Kashmir Valley, and it was expected now. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was not just a leader or a spiritual leader, a guru for the Iranians, but his following was almost everywhere. Wherever Shia community was, his following was there, and Kashmir was no different. So these kind of protests were expected. Now, first day, the government allowed these protests because the outpouring of grief was spontaneous. They were on the streets. But from yesterday, there have been restrictions. Yesterday, where I am right now, this stretch, this bypass stretch that takes you to North Kashmir, Baramulla, witnessed violence, and then you had huge contingents of police, CRPF here tackling the situation, but there was non-stop violence. Now today, let me show you the kind of arrangements already that have been made here. There's a huge contingent of CRPF police. They are ready in riot gear because they anticipate that the sentiment is definitely there. There's still anger, the emotions are running high. So the Shia community could try to defy the restrictions, come out and protest. That's what happened yesterday. So they're taking absolutely no chances. As you can see, they are absolutely ready. This is a nerve center of protest, and this is a very critical choke. This is an Arbal choke. You go to North Kashmir, Baramulla from this side, and this side, this route takes you to Gulmarg. And around this area, there have been protests, and there are pockets of Shia population. So that's why a lot of presence of security forces, though thankfully today no report of any untoward incident from any part of Kashmir Valley. Strict restrictions everywhere, but this area continues to be an area which is troubling the security agencies to maintain calm. The hope is that if the day goes on peacefully, they can build on it from tomorrow. But today is crucial, and if there is no violence, maybe there could be relaxation restrictions from tomorrow. But already an MHA advisory that there could be protests, there could be violence, and in Kashmir, you know that these incidents could quickly turn into something else, and this could really spill to other areas as well. And that's why no chance is taken and extreme precautionary measures taken across. But as I said, this is a sensitive area, and that's why extra deployment of CRPF police. They are ready with riot gear, with crowd control equipment, tear gas shells to ensure that if at all there is violence, it is controlled here. If they try to break restrictions, controlled here, and it's not allowed to spill to other areas, and then it could become a big law and order problem. Maria?
At the moment, Mir, what is the number of gathering and when is it likely to begin?
Well, it is spontaneous. There are no plans that have been put out by the mourners or by the protesters. Like yesterday, we were here covering the protests. They were spontaneous from these lanes by lanes. These protesters tried to come out, move towards the city center in Srinagar. They were stopped by the police. Senior officers like the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir Police, IGP, ADG, they were all camping here. So that really tells you the kind of importance the government is giving to these protests, because they do not want a flare-up. They have maintained zero tolerance on gatherings or on any kind of protest post Article 370 abrogation in 2019. And that's what they want to do. They do not want the elements, because, you know, I mean, these protests can be easily infiltrated by elements who could stoke violence. They could be stone pelting, and we know Kashmir, it can quickly spread. So that seems to be the thought process as far as the authorities are concerned. But yes, it is definitely a tricky situation. Shia mourners, they are angry, and they are also they're emotionally charged. Yesterday, Budgam, almost 10 to 15 locations, there were protests, and then we know, I mean, these protests from peaceful, they can quickly turn violent. That's the fear of the authorities. And today, they're keeping additional deployments at sensitive locations, hoping that there will be no violence and no one would really try to defy restrictions. The problem is that once they come out to mourn or to protest and they try to defy and move to certain areas, the police stops them, and then you have a situation where there is violence, there are clashes, and that's something the authorities do not want. But still, situation pretty fluid, because of the emotions, of the anger, and the kind of connect these people had with Ali Khamenei, and that is something that the authorities know, the administration knows, and that's why no chance is taken. Strong presence of security forces everywhere, and especially the area where I am right now, it's very sensitive. It has seen protests in the past, and that's why additional reinforcements here, a lot of presence of police and CRPF, and the hope is that they manage to control the situation, no violence, and then probably build upon that from tomorrow. Maria?
Tamir, I appreciate your time. Politics has erupted in India over Khamenei's killing. Congress Parliamentary Party chairperson Sonia Gandhi has sharply criticized the Modi government for its silence on the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader, and she has called it not neutral but an abdication. That raises questions, serious questions about India's foreign policy credibility. In an article published in Indian Express, Sonia Gandhi said that the killing of a sitting head of state during ongoing negotiations marks a grave rupture in international relations. She questioned why has New Delhi refrained from condemning either the killing or the violation of Iranian sovereignty. Sonia Gandhi accused Prime Minister Modi of initially condemning Iran's retaliatory strike without addressing the preceding attacks, and later limiting his response to general remarks about dialogue and diplomacy. She has cited Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, and she has said that targeted killings of serving heads of state violate fundamental principles of international law. She added that India's stance risks signaling tacit endorsement. Sonia Gandhi said that the issue must be debated when the parliament reconvenes. Prime Minister Modi on Monday had reacted to the escalating US-India-Israel conflict and had said that the situation in the West Asia is a matter of grave concern for us, and that India supports resolution of all conflicts through dialogue and diplomacy.
विश्व में चल रहे अनेक तनावों को लेकर भारत की सोच स्पष्ट ही है। हमने सदैव शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखने का आह्वान किया है, और जब दो लोकतंत्र साथ खड़े होते हैं तो शांति की आवाज और भी सशक्त हो जाती है। पश्चिम एशिया की वर्तमान स्थिति हमारे लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से सभी विवादों का समाधान का समर्थन करता है। इस क्षेत्र में मौजूद सभी भारतीय नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए हम सभी देशों के साथ मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे।
Rahul Gautam joins us now. Rahul, are we expecting some kind of reaction to come in from the BJP and the government?
Well, so far there hasn't been any word officially from the government side, but as expected, the BJP is already hitting back. The BJP is just not impressed with the article, and they are saying that whatever Prime Minister is doing, he is doing in the interest of the country. In fact, as Sonia Gandhi has demanded that, once the second part of the budget session is going to reconvene, then the opposition must question this silence and should seek an accountability from the government side. So clearly, it seems that this is going to set a stage for confrontation. Sonia Gandhi, questioning the silence of BJP, of the ruling dispensation, saying that this is not silence, but this is an abdication of its duties. The government of the day is not discharging its duties. They have not condemned the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, that's the stance that has been taken by Congress Party from the very beginning. If you remember, when PM Modi had gone to Israel, at that point of time also, they questioned the timing of that visit, saying that the Prime Minister visiting Israel just 2 days before this conflict started unfolding. This only shows that we are departing from our diplomatic stance that have always been there, that we stand we stand neutral, we stand for the two-nation theory, that's Palestine and Israel. So clearly it seems that it's going to be another round of face-off between BJP and Congress in coming days for sure, not just in Parliament but also outside Parliament.
So the question certainly is, now this is what the BJP sources are saying. that Sonia Gandhi's recent article, which was published in Indian Express this morning, attempts to portray India's calibrated response to the ongoing West Asian crisis as silence. That characterization is not only misleading, it reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of how responsible diplomacy works. BJP sources saying that diplomacy cannot be reduced to appeasement, nor can it be conducted through public posturing designed for domestic political consumption. In fact, BJP sources saying that India has not been silent. India has been consistently called for restraint, respect for sovereignty and de-escalation. A country with millions of its citizens living and working across the Gulf region with critical energy dependencies and deep economic linkages cannot afford reckless commentary. So this is what BJP sources are saying. Can we expect some kind of sharp reaction to come in from the government, perhaps through a press conference? Gaurav is joining us live. Gaurav.
What sources are telling India today, there are a couple of facts that they're putting out in public domain as far as Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was concerned. On the issue of Jammu and Kashmir, he repeatedly interfered in India's internal affairs. He repeatedly equated Kashmir with Gaza. Each time that he did, including when he spoke of oppressed Muslims in India, India had to summon Iran's ambassador to India and condemn these statements of his. This wasn't an isolated single incident in 2017 or one in 2024 where he spoke of oppression of Indian Muslims. In 2020 when the Citizenship Amendment Act was brought in, which had absolutely nothing to do with Indian Muslims, he actually sought not just action, but threaten India with isolation in the Muslim world. But be that as it may, that's one part of the story. Of the 57 OIC countries, less than 10 have condemned his killing or even condoled his killing, and these are Muslim majority countries. Now, even in our own situation and in our own scenario, you have over 9 million people of Indian origin, or Indians who are living in GCC countries, and those GCC countries are currently being targeted by Iran. Point 3, point 4. Look at the reactions that are coming in from across the world, and these are all facts that I'm putting out in public domain. So countries like the United States, Israel, Argentina and Ukraine, they've celebrated the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Countries like UK, Australia, France, Canada, EU, India, South Africa, Japan, they've either remained neutral, or if they're not neutral, they've called for peace in this region. Which are countries that are standing with Iran, condoling and condemning it? Countries like Pakistan, countries like Iraq, or treaty partners like China and Russia. So India does not fall in any of those countries. India at the same time remains very well engaged with the United Arab Emirates, with Saudi Arabia, with Jordan, with Bahrain, with Qatar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has personally spoken to heads of state, government, virtually everywhere, from Jordan to UAE to Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, not only thanking them for looking after Indians in those countries, but apart from that, hoping that peace would return and reiterating India's commitment for peace and stability through dialogue and diplomacy.
Thank you for joining us. In fact, let's go back to the piece of breaking news which was coming in, that the BJP sources have said that Sonia Gandhi's article, this is a sharp BJP Congress face-off which has broken out over this article which was published by Sonia Gandhi. It is penned by her. She has questioned what she says the silence of the Modi government. The BJP saying that this characterization is not only misleading, it reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of how responsible diplomacy works. BJP sources saying that diplomacy cannot be reduced to appeasement, nor can it be conducted through public posturing designed for domestic political consumption. BJP sources saying that India has not been silent. India has consistently called for restraint, respect for sovereignty and de-escalation. A country with millions of its citizens living and working across the Gulf region with critical energy dependencies and deep economic linkages cannot afford reckless commentary. That's what the BJP sources are saying. This is a response coming in with regards to what Sonia Gandhi has said, that this is not silence, but this is abdication on part of the Modi government. Let me bring in Piyush Mishra. Piyush, this is by BJP sources. Are you expecting a press conference as well?
Well, at 1 o'clock, what we are hearing is that official bite will be given by BJP's Rashtriya spokesperson Pradeep Bhandari. But before that, the sources within the BJP have told us that India will decide when to speak and how to speak. It will do so based on its assessment of national interest, regional stability, and the safety of its citizens. It is not silence, that is statecraft. So this, the sources, those are now telling us somewhere, suggesting that we as country are going to decide when to speak and how to speak. As far as this debate is concerned, the sources have told us that this debate is less about Iran and more about domestic politics, and there is an attempt to communalize foreign policy and to frame calibrated diplomacy as moral failure. But foreign policy cannot be driven by a selective outrage or by a desire to signal virtue to a particular vote bank. Sovereign nations respond to global developments based on strategic interest, not political theatrics. So the BJP sources have told us that we respond according to the global developments, and these developments are based on strategic interest, not on political theatrics. What is more important, Maria, here is that BJP sources are focusing on one thing, that Sonia Gandhi's article is an attempt to communalize foreign policy and to frame calibrated diplomacy as moral failure. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the Congress is going to respond to this big, allegation coming in from the BJP sources. Sources have also gone on to add that history also deserves honesty. When Congress said UPA was in power, India voted against Iran at the International Atomic Energy Agency in 2005, 2006 and 2009. These votes aligned with Western powers using negotiations over the India-US civil nuclear agreement. At the time, there was no hesitation in sidelining what is now described as a civilizational relationship. So, BJP sources have not only linked with what the UK government did, but also it's saying that it is a deliberate attempt to communalize foreign policy. What is more clear, Maria, is that the BJP is of the view that India will decide when to respond and how to respond, and this entire response is based on the national interest. It's based on the regional stability and safety of its citizens.
The priority is safety of 95 lakh Indians who are there in the Middle East, and BJP now saying that this is some kind of reckless narrative building which is happening by the former Congress chief. Remember, as we look at day 4 of this ongoing war, Iran's IRGC has announced that the Strait of Hormuz will now be closed. This is a critical waterway through which 20% of the world's global oil actually passes. That has now been closed, which now means that there are threats. The global oil prices, which are already soaring, could go up further. IRGC has gone ahead and threatened that if there is any ship movement, then that ship will be attacked. There has been drone attack on US embassy in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. 2 drones, in fact, struck the compound, causing minor damage and a limited fire. There is continued heavy Israeli strikes on Tehran. New waves targeted multiple sites, including near Iran's state broadcaster, that is the state TV. Israeli strikes have expanded to Beirut in Lebanon. This is for targeting Hezbollah. UN Security Council emergency sessions are continuing. Ongoing discussions are about calls of restraint, but there is no new resolution, but there is an emphasis on prevention of wider escalation. This remains our top focus here on India Today. A quick break and then we return.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof. Best quality solutions, lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने INS विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Trump warns Iran, says US troops may be deployed if needed. Iran shuts Hormuz Strait, oil tankers stranded, global energy crisis fears rise. Iran launches major airstrike on Qatar and Dubai with ballistic missiles.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने INS विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
It's day 4 of the multi-front war, which shows no signs of de-escalation, only more waves of strikes, economic shocks and regional peril. Explosions rocked Iran's capital, including near the state broadcaster building, while in Lebanon, strikes on Hezbollah command centers and weapons sites have killed dozens more, pushing the regional death toll to over 600. Iran's response has been fierce and widening. The IRGC has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed, a move that threatens nearly 20% of the global oil flows, while retaliatory drones and missiles have struck across the Gulf. 2 drones hit the US embassy in Riyadh, causing minor damage and a limited fire. Energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, Qatar and other states has been targeted, with Saudi's Aramco massive refinery, which is the Ras Tanura refinery, has now been temporarily shut after a direct hit. Oil prices have surged, with crude briefly topping $82 a barrel amidst fears of broader supply chaos. President Donald Trump, in fresh comments, has warned the campaign could last 4 to 5 weeks or far longer, calling it the last best chance to crush Iran's missiles, navy, nuclear ambitions and proxy network. He hasn't ruled out ground troops if needed. The UN urges restraint to avoid an uncontrolled spiral, while Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, UAE and others have united in condemnation of Iran's reckless attacks, reserving the right to retaliate. Let's look at the headlines now. It's day 4 of the US-Israel versus Iran war. Israeli and US forces release video of attack. US missiles hit Iran military vehicle. Iran's army's vehicles targeted and struck. After B-2 bombers and bunker busters, Trump flaunts deadly ammo against Iran, says ammo supply never been higher. Air India brings back passengers stranded in West Asian countries. Air India flight lands with passengers from Dubai. Israel's shadow war in Tehran to kill Khamenei. Traffic cameras turned spy tools. Cyber intel, digital stalking tracked Khamenei for weeks before he was killed. Sonia Gandhi questions Prime Minister's silence on Khamenei's killing, says government silence is not neutral but abdication. Sonia expresses doubts on Iran's foreign policy, India's foreign policy. Sonia Gandhi calls silence by Modi government disturbing. And this is a big breaking news which is coming in now. And this is the Israel Defense Forces spokesperson who has said that they will not be conducting any ground offensive into Iran, not practical to deploy ground forces. And this is coming hours after Donald Trump said that the possibility of sending troops on ground cannot be ruled out. Now the Israeli military spokesperson has said that is not likely to deploy. Israel will not be deploying ground forces to Iran. This is not practical. So clear disagreement now visible of strategy between US and Israel, where US President Donald Trump only last evening had said that he doesn't rule out the possibility of even sending troops on ground. Now Israel saying that it is not practical or possible to deploy ground forces. So there's no question of sending troops. It will be largely this warfare which will be carried out against Iran, is the sense that is coming in from Israel. I think there is a soundbite. We'll be playing that soundbite in just a bit. But the sense certainly is that there is a clear, difference in the approach of the two countries, US and Israel, which started this entire Operation Fury. Now it seems, because it's day 4 of the war, Israel clearly saying no question of sending troops on the ground. That's not practical. As we look at day 4, United States has targeted Iran. Okay, let's listen in to what Donald Trump said last night, and then we'll be moving ahead on this show.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot.
Donald Trump continues to justify this war against Iran. He has said that it was to stop Iran's continuous efforts at building its nukes. So that is his first justification. His second point is that this is to protect US forces and homeland security. He has gone on to say that this will ensure free flow of oil in Strait of Hormuz. Remember, now the Strait of Hormuz has been shut. IRGC has clearly said that any ship or any movement will essentially mean that it's an invitation to attack them. 20% of the global oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. That's why it's very, very critical. Donald Trump has said that this is self-defense of allies like Israel. He has gone on to say that this is all what he has said in that letter that he has sent to the US Congress justifying this war. As we look at day 4 of this war. So what really is Donald Trump's objective? Is this really clear? Because what's the end game is becoming increasingly challenging. What began as a 2-week, as the US president said that it will be all wrapped up in 2 weeks, it looks like it's going to be far more lengthy, and the retaliation and the reaction that comes in from Iran was certainly not part of the calculated strategy, it appears, at present. US wanted a limited war in Iran. That's just clearly not happening. No US troops have been deployed on ground, although yesterday Donald Trump said that he doesn't rule out the possibility of sending that. Today, the Israeli Defense Forces are clearly saying that there's no question because it's not practical to send troops on ground in Iran. They were hoping for minimized civilian casualties, but Iran claims that there is a rising casualty, particularly of schools being targeted, where they have put out videos of graves being dug up in several parts, which will be seen as graves where young girls who are studying in Iran will be buried. Donald Trump's letter to US Congress has spoken about his objectives. He has also spoken about the justification of how and why he's carrying out these strikes against Iran. Okay, so when we look at these visuals, of course, there is some kind of understanding now between US and Israel that things could have gone horribly wrong. What went wrong is the big question. In fact, now explosions are being heard in Iran's Isfahan and Shiraz. These are two important strategic centers of Iran. Isfahan has been bombed as well, and Isfahan, in that city, Natanz has been bombarded. Blasts have been heard near the nuke site. Tehran has said that its nuke site has been struck. Now Tehran claiming that its nuke site has been struck. Bomb sounds and explosions have been heard in Isfahan and Shiraz, two important centers, strategically important. These are cities, as we have been saying, where strategic and military centers of Iran have been struck by these precision strikes being carried out by Israel and US. Isfahan, remember, is not just a cultural jewel, it is strategically critical as well. It hosts Isfahan Nuclear Technology Center, and it's a key facility in Iran's nuclear program. It is home to major military industrial infrastructure. We are talking about Isfahan here, including missile production and aerospace facilities. Several IRGC-linked installations are in Isfahan, and they are located in this province. And if Isfahan is hit, as explosions are being seen there, it's not just symbolic, it is strategic, and it strikes at Iran's military backbone. It strikes at Iran's technological backbone. Now looking at another city of Shiraz here. Shiraz again goes beyond Iran's cultural hub. It was obviously seen as a literary heartland of Iran. It was the city of poet Hafez and Saadi. But beyond that, it is a major military air base in southern Iran. It has proximity to Persian Gulf. And that is why, because of its proximity to Persian Gulf, Shiraz becomes geographically significant, viewers, in any kind of regional military calculus, and hence attack on these two cities of Isfahan and Shiraz becomes very crucial because Shiraz also acts as a logistic port in southern Iran. Besides its heritage and cultural significance, it also sits as a strategic belt in that part. So Iran's nuke sites on target are Fordo, Isfahan, Natanz and Arak. These are important centers which have now been targeted. These are nuke sites where it's strategic militarily and infrastructure-wise very, very crucial, and they are now the target of the Israeli strikes and forces. So what happens now onwards becomes important, because what's evident here is that day 4 of this escalating Israel-Iran war, and the spotlight has shifted sharply to Iran's nuclear infrastructure. Tehran has claimed that Israel has struck the Natanz nuclear facility. It's a site which is central to its uranium enrichment program. And certainly it will be seen as a dangerous and deliberate calculation or escalation. Iran's envoy, Reza Najafi, has accused Israel of directly targeting nuclear facilities, warning of serious consequences. In fact, Iranian media is also reporting loud explosions near the nuclear facility and the airbase in the central city of Isfahan. However, the UN nuclear watchdog, IAEA, has said it has seen no indication so far that Iran's nuclear sites have been successfully hit. At the same time, IAEA has cautioned that the risk of a radiological release cannot be ruled out. This is a big warning which is coming in from IAEA, that the risk of a radiological release cannot be ruled out, underscoring certainly the gravity of this situation. US President Donald Trump, on the other hand, has hailed the operations, emphasizing that Iran will never
be detected in countries bordering Iran. Regarding the status of the nuclear installations in Iran, up to now, we have no indication that any of the nuclear installations, including the Bushehr nuclear power plant, the Tehran research reactor, or other nuclear fuel cycle facilities have been damaged or hit.
Let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us, nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen.
The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies.
Joining me now, Geeta, 24 hours ago, we heard from the US President. In fact, just last night, both of us were on air, when US President said that he doesn't rule out the possibility of sending troops on ground. And now the Israeli military spokesperson has said that it is an impractical proposition. Is there a disagreement, or is there a realization that this retaliation by Iran has caught them off guard?
Well, I think it's the latter, Maria. I think it is realization. If our PCR can just pull out the map of the region to show exactly why ground troops cannot enter Iran. The distance between Israel and Iran is the reason why it's impractical, because most of the Arab nations, Maria, will not agree to be seen as assisting Iran, assisting Israel to overthrow Iran. Nobody in the Arab world really wants the regime. Nobody in the Arab world really wants a empowered and nuke-capable Iran, but they certainly don't want Israel to have a free run of the region. And for Israel to send ground troops, even if it has to land somewhere and enter Iran, it's, like Israelis are saying, impractical. Can America do it? Imagine a scenario where the Arab world has already said that they do not want their land, water, and airspace be used, and then the attack was carried. And who's facing the brunt and facing severe retaliatory attacks? It's the Arab world. It's the GCC countries. It's the whole of West Asia. They're the ones who are suffering the brunt of an Israeli-American onslaught. So now giving space to Israeli forces, certainly not, but American forces to carry out a ground invasion would mean body bags back home, which would have been a policy decision, one that Trump cannot afford, because he will certainly lose the midterm elections. Forget about the forces right now, Maria. The fact that we were just discussing before we went on air, the fact that Americans are now saying that American citizens, civilians, not forces, not military personnel, are stuck in West Asia is and should be a cause for worry. So you might be able to carry out airstrikes, but history shows us that airstrikes cannot change regimes. You need to have forces on the ground, or you need to have enough penetration to have people really come out and change or topple a regime. At this point in time, what you're seeing in the streets of Tehran or Mashhad, Isfahan, Qom, are not just people who were protesting against the regime. They're people who are mourning the death of Khamenei, a man who's 87 years old, seen as a very oppressive regime, would have lived maybe just a little more than a few years, right? right now, by killing him, you've made him a martyr, you've made him a hero. Not just the Shias, even people from the Sunni world are looking to and looking at Iran. And at such a juncture, when they're looking at Iran and they're seeing that, you know, this was one country that actually stood up to Israel, you would not want to rile your own people. Yes. There are significant pockets of Shia population in West Asia as well, in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar. So I suppose there's some breaking news that's coming in right now. Amid war, there's been an earthquake that's rocked Iran. That's a huge development because they already are suffering, and at this point in time, getting to a place where earthquake has hit is going to be rather difficult. We'll have to wait for more details, but that's the news that's just coming in, Maria. Earthquake rocks Iran.
Yes, and Geeta, this is coming just a few minutes ago. We were told that the strategic and nuclear nerve center of Isfahan, explosions were seen there. You know, we have been talking about Shiraz and Isfahan, strategically important major military air bases, particularly Shiraz, which has its proximity to the Persian Gulf, and hence it's very crucial geographically. Help us understand, when we know about these nuke sites being targeted, what could be possible implication for this?
Well, for one, are we looking at radiation leaks? What is the kind of radioactive material those sites had and held? These are serious concerns that the international community, particularly the IAEA, would be looking at. Rafael Grossi, IAEA chief, yesterday spoke of the situation. He said that they're monitoring the situation, given that all nuclear facilities right now are targets and have come under attack. So a radiation leak would be the first and primary concern. Apart from that, we did see last time around that when Natanz was hit, the B-2 bombers penetrated deep inside. Most of the nuclear facilities in Iran are so deep inside that regular bombs cannot just enter that space. You cannot bomb a nuclear facility in Iran. You need weapons that can penetrate. You need munitions that can penetrate, and which is what B-2 bombers did. And even then, Maria, the argument fails, because the earlier argument of President Trump was, we went in to destroy the nuclear facilities, we succeeded, and we have destroyed the nuclear facilities. Now, the pretext and premise for this entire attack is that we need to go in to destroy the nuclear facilities. So, did they do it then?
Yes.
What are they doing right now? How could that still be the premise if they had already done it? That they're enriching nuclear and that they're building missiles that can reach America. Who is feeding Washington this intel? And if it is true, then that would be Iran's last resort, right? So are we opening ourselves to massive disaster over here? I do not know, because I know one thing for sure, that the Israelis have absolute clarity in terms of intelligence. They have penetration like no other. Mossad, I suppose, at this point in time is one of the best intelligence agencies in terms of how they function, the intel they gather, the penetration they have in areas they want to have, and Iran is one such. We saw it during the protests as well, the fact that there were external forces according to Iran, but nonetheless, and that was an admission that was then came from Trump camp, from Israelis, that they had enough inroads and inside information and assets within Iran. So that's the kind of penetration we are looking at. They got the people they wanted right where they were and attacked them and got them out, took them out. But in terms of missile launchers, they're trying to take out all the missile launchers so that even if Iran has missiles, it does not have the capability to launch them. But we're still seeing a lot of missiles being launched, so not all missile launchers are out, one. Secondly, they're using a lot of drones. We saw an entire battery of drones that was displayed by the Iranians. And they've been using that video for a while now, but if we are to believe that video that has been doing the rounds for a couple of months now, that's the kind of stockpile they have.
Yes, and Geeta, since we are talking about the ballistic missiles, we are talking about the Fatah-2, the shorter range and others, let's do a comparison between how the stockpiles of both these sides are, because Iran, remember, has launched hundreds of ballistic missiles and nearly 1,000 drones in retaliatory images which have emerged from multiple cities. In fact, 28 centers have been targeted. These are largely the US bases, the Gulf states, in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Kuwait. And proxies like Hezbollah have also joined with rockets and drones from Lebanon. And Geeta, in terms of the comparison, if we were to do the cruise missiles, on one hand, you have the Tomahawks, on the other, precision strike missiles on one hand, which is the US, which has struck over 1,250 targets in Iran with more than 20 weapon systems. And they are focusing largely on the air superiority missile sites. On the other hand, the ballistic missiles are being used by Iran. They are against Israel and other nations in the Middle East. We are looking at a situation right now, Geeta, where drone attack has happened on the US embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. 2 drones have struck the compound, which has caused minor fire and also damaged it. The Saudi authorities have reported it, and this is coming amidst all these Iranian movements which are happening. There's continued heavy Israeli strikes on Tehran. New waves targeted multiple sites, including a site which was near Iran's state broadcaster, which is the state TV. Israeli strikes expand to Beirut, Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah command centers, weapon storage, and a media building in southern suburb. And that has killed 31 to 52 people. The cost of war is rising, Geeta.
That's right.
Iranian missiles being intercepted over Israel. Iran is also responding by attacking the multiple countries and US embassies in particular. Because just a few minutes ago, the US embassy in Jerusalem actually put out a post on X where they said that if you are an American stuck in Jerusalem, find your own way. We can't really help you at this point.
Isn't that really dire and grim and dark, Maria? That America, that has always held a citizen's life paramount, the most important thing anywhere, today stands helpless. Where was the calculation when they thought they're going to go in? Imagine Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, says that these are preemptive strikes. And how is he calling them preemptive strikes? He says these are preemptive strikes because we knew that, that there was going to be an attack on Iran and that Iran would retaliate, so that's why struck them. So you are striking someone who had no plans of striking you, but will surely retaliate if you attack.
Yes.
That's not preemptive. Preemptive is if you hit someone because you think they're going to attack, period. You're stopping a war, that's preemptive strike. There's no preemptive strike saying that we know we were going to hit them and they're going to hit back, so we hit them. That's not preemptive. And that's the Secretary of State of the United States of America. There has to be some clarity, some answering as to what's the intelligence they had on carrying out the attacks. If it is just that Iran is at its weakest today, that doesn't cut it. Look at the loss. In a few days, you will see in numbers, Maria, the economic cost of what has been carried out. And this at a time when they were at the negotiating table. Arakchi said in his interview, when I asked him, how are you going in? Do you trust? Is there trust and intent? He said, well, there is no trust and there is no intent that I see from the American side, is because the last time around we were negotiating, we were attacked. And I'm not sure that I'm going into a conversation with the Americans and that they will not attack. And look what has happened. But you made a very important point. You were talking about comparison, and I've just pulled out data. That data clearly spells out what the strength between Iran and Israel. Now, it could sound very simplistic because if you do an Iran-Israel comparison, then that doesn't cut it because Israel also has America.
Yes.
But let's just do a plain, simple Iran-Israel, right? And Iran-Israel comparison on the kind of numerical strength that Iran has. Who holds more in numbers and who holds more in terms of strength. Numerically, if you see, it says that Iran is far ahead of Israel. It operates roughly 2,675 tanks compared with Israel's 1,300. Iran also deploys around 1,550 mobile launchers, which is why it is difficult to just take out the launchers because they're not fixed. The fixed ones have been taken out, but they have mobile rocket launchers far exceeding Israel's 228, 1,550 versus 228. But the comparison is only Israel versus Iran because we were talking about them. However, if you look at the deeper comparison, there is no way that Iran can continue and sustain with American support that comes for Israel. However, everything is finite. No munition is infinite. No support structure over here for Israel would be infinite. There are numbers.
Geeta.
There are 2 carriers alone. And you know this whole thing of, but America has 11 aircraft carriers. Only 3 at any given time are operational.
Geeta, you know, but while we look at the carriers and the firepower and the stockpiles, let's not forget which has been put out just a few minutes ago and what you were highlighting. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem saying can't evacuate Americans from Israel. I think that certainly sends a message of what could be going wrong. The U.S., it seems, has abandoned its citizens in war-torn Israel. U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has put out a tweet saying can't evacuate Americans from Israel. Leave via Israel tourism shuttles to Egypt. Limited options to leave Israel is what U.S. Embassy is saying. It has also warned exit via Jordan too risky, but it says you are on your own. At any point, if you think any of these is about safety, I cannot promise you. All U.S. government personnel in Israel have been ordered to shelter in place to take some kind of, go to some safety. But the question is, because of limited flights expected out of these airports, what really can be done? U.S. Ambassador, in fact, has warned Americans very limited options to leave Israel. Best exit option is currently via Israel tourism shuttles to Taba in Egypt. And Taba border crossing actually is open for next 24 hours. Limited flights from Taba and Sharm el-Sheikh. U.S. does not recommend exit via Jordan at this time. This is shocking and it is a matter of huge concern because Embassy has now urged Americans to enroll in STEP program for emergency updates. Red alert warnings are there. But when it is about evacuation, if America cannot evacuate its own citizens, then who can, Geeta?
Mike Huckabee, who has been rather hawkish when it comes to Iran, and look at the interview he'd given Tucker Carlson. We are looking at a situation, Maria, where it does seem like the Americans did not look at the larger plan, look at it beyond 2 days, because they thought it's an in and out game with Iran. History has shown us that Iran is not an easy game. It's not an easy prey. And so when you do what you've done, and there were And there were clear warnings. It's not like Iran did not tell them what they were going to do. It was in plain sight. Iran had said exactly what they're going to do, and they're doing exactly what they're doing. In fact, if anyone, it's Israel and US who have to answer for why did they go ahead and attack when the negotiations were underway. I'm only saying this is because war never ever helps anything or anyone. Look at what they've done to the Middle East, to West Asia. People who thought that this is the safest place, Americans who have built their life around working in the Middle East and a future with the Middle East, today are stuck. Who's going to answer? Forget about Americans. I mean, it's for the US administration. Indians who are stranded there. Everybody, almost everyone we know, Maria, you and I, have friends, family in the Middle East, in West Asia, worried, calling, no way out. Who gives any country the right to have so many people held hostage in an entire region where nobody is being allowed or is being able to leave? I mean, look at the chaos over here. There has to be an exit strategy, and this cannot go on.
Yes,
2 days is tops that I give it, because then the administration will have to respond. If Iran can hold 2 days, then America has to rethink its strategy. This is giving too much space.
Because, Geeta, just a few minutes ago, again, China has come out in support of Iran openly now, saying that
they've been open about it, but this is the loudest they're saying. So
they are saying it the loudest, and this is coming after UK Prime Minister Starmer said that the lessons have been learned from the Iraq War. This is day 4 of the Operation Epic Fury. US continues to bomb key Iranian targets. US and Israel have now launched strikes at key military targets in Iran. The Israeli Air Force eliminated soldiers from the defense array of Iran. The Air Force aircraft attacked and neutralized a squad of soldiers from Iran. Israeli Air Force continues to attack sites of Iranian ballistic missile launchers. Last night, US B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. US has said that it will destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. US forces have said that they are now hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. US has further said that Operation Epic Fury was now laser, which is focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. They have hit Iranian warships which have been deployed in Gulf of Oman and have said that they will continue to defend their assets. Meanwhile, India Today's special animated video shows the bird eye view of the last 3 days of this war.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
I hear the people are saying, we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
Explosions in West Asia have rattled Dalal Street, triggering a sharp sell-off at the open. The Nifty and Sensex both sank, wiping out nearly 8 lakh crore rupees in matter of minutes. Aviation and export-linked stocks slid amidst disruptions in the Gulf, while crude climbed above $82 a barrel on fear around the Strait of Hormuz, which is now shut. The impact wasn't limited to India. European markets also fell broadly. Here's a report explaining the impact of war on the markets.
Well, the Iran-Israel conflict is no longer just a regional security story. It is rapidly becoming a global trade and energy shock. And for India, the risks are very real. At the heart of the concern are two critical maritime choke points, the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb Strait. In fact, the Strait of Hormuz connects the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea. Roughly a fifth of the world's crude oil passes through this narrow stretch of water every single day. For India, it is even more significant. A large share of our crude imports transit through this corridor. The Bab el-Mandeb, meanwhile, links the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. It is a key route for shipments heading towards the Suez Canal and onward to Europe. Any instability there forces vessels to detour around Africa, adding weeks to delivery timelines and sharply increasing freight and insurance costs. So what happens if tensions escalate further? First, oil prices spike. Even the threat of disruption pushes up global crude benchmarks. For a country like India, which imports more than 80% of its crude requirement, that translates directly into a higher import bill, pressure on the rupee, and the potential inflationary stress. Second, shipping costs surge. Exporters already dealing with rerouted Red Sea traffic have reported longer transit times and higher logistics expenses. If Gulf routes become more uncertain, those costs could climb further, squeezing margins for Indian exporters from engineering goods to textiles and pharmaceuticals. Third, there is the broader trade linkage. The Gulf is not just an energy supplier. It is a major destination for Indian goods and home to millions of Indian workers whose remittances form a crucial foreign exchange buffer. Disruption in the region affects both trade flows and financial inflows. Now, India does have some buffers. Strategic petroleum reserves provide short-term cushioning. Diversified sourcing, including Russian oil, offers flexibility. But alternative routes are longer and alternative suppliers are often more expensive. The bigger question is duration. A short-lived flare-up creates volatility. A prolonged shutdown or sustained maritime risk, however, can structurally raise shipping costs, alter trade routes, and inject persistent inflation into the global system. For now, markets are watching the Gulf very closely because what happens in these narrow waterways does not stay there. It moves fuel prices, freight rates, currencies, and ultimately household budgets across the world. And for India, the message is clear. Geopolitical turbulence in the Gulf is no longer distant. It's economic, immediate, and deeply interconnected with our growth story.
Let's look at the Strait of Hormuz. Why is it significant? Why is there so much chatter around it now? It's a narrow maritime passage between Iran to the north and Oman and the United Arab Emirates to the south. It connects the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, and from there to the global markets. At its narrowest point, the strait is just about 33 kilometers wide, with shipping lanes even narrower, making it highly vulnerable in times of conflict. Why is it so important? Because roughly 1/5 of the world's oil passes through this corridor every single day. We are looking at 1/5 of the global oil supply. Major oil producers, that is Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, UAE, and Qatar, depend on it for exports. It is also critical for global LNG, which is liquefied natural gas, shipments, especially from Qatar. So any disruption here sends oil prices soaring globally, impacting fuel costs, inflation, stock markets, and energy security worldwide. So why does it matter in this war? Iran has repeatedly warned that if it is cornered, it could move to disrupt or block the Strait of Hormuz. It has already done that. It has blocked and shut the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran cannot legally close it outright under international law, but it can. The message that is coming in from Tehran is that it will harass and attack commercial tankers if they actually pass through this, deploy naval mines, use fast attack boats and drones. Even the threat of disruption is enough to rattle global markets. The US maintains a significant naval presence in this region precisely to keep this artery open. So it's a crucial artery, almost like the oil artery of the entire world. Now the question on everyone's mind is, when can we realistically look at the end of this war? And can this war really come to an end? We'll leave you with this special report by India Today's Sandeep Unithan, who has decoded the Israel-Iran strategy games, as well as the weapons arsenal that could turn out to be key.
For over 3 days now, the United States and Israel have been attacking Iran. Iran has retaliated by firing ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. This is an intense war of the kind that hasn't been seen since the invasion of Iraq by the United States and its coalition in 2003. But there are two strategies at play over here. The US and Israel have a strategy. The Iranians have a strategy. Let's try and understand what two strategies are at play here, because how this plays out will be determined by which strategy wins. Now, to look at Israel and US's strategy, the operations are called Epic Fury and Roaring Lion. The primary objectives seem to be regime change through decapitation strikes, which means you kill a number of regime leaders to force a change in the regime. They've killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei on the first day of the attacks. Something like 30 to 40 top leaders have been killed or decapitated. The second rung of that strategy is to destroy Iran's missile capabilities. Now, these are the most potent weapons in Iran's arsenal. Iran does not have a powerful navy, army, or air force, but it has an extremely competent ballistic missile force controlled directly by the Iranian revolutionary. It has a very powerful drone, ballistic missile, and cruise missile arsenal controlled directly by the IRGC, that's the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Council. The third rung of the US-Israel strategy is to degrade Iran's military capacity. Now, this involves attacks on Iranian targets like warships, conventional targets, warships, fighter jets, conventional war targets. But the primary focus of the US and Iranian but the primary focus of the Israel-US strategy is decapitation, to kill enough leaders to effect change in regime, to destroy Iran's missile and drone capabilities, destroy and degrade their capacity to launch drone and missile attacks into West Asia. Now, Iran has responded to these strategies by focusing on regime continuity. And they've done that by identifying several leaders who can take over from assassinated leaders. So even if you've knocked out 30 or 40 leaders, including Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there will be a regime continuity simply because they have identified designated successors for each official that's killed. That's one of the reasons that they are able to continue fighting. Now, Iranian officials have also said spoken of a mosaic strategy, which means that the entire country has been split into a mosaic of about 30 independent command and control cells. Each one has its own missiles. Now that is how they have responded to this offensive against Iran's missile and drone capacity. That is the mosaic strategy, which means that all of the drones and all of the missiles are under designated commanders, something like 30 of them at the regional level. All of them know what to do, and they have been firing drones and cruise missiles based on their orders and their targets. Now, the third and the most important aspect of Iran's strategy is economic warfare. Now, this is something that Iran has done to West Asia. They have expanded their attacks across West Asia. They have targeted something like 8 countries in the region. They have struck at the 6 Gulf Cooperative Council sheikdoms, the 6, which means Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE and Oman. It's targeted these 6 countries, Jordan, and as far as Cyprus as well. So it's like 8 of the countries in West Asia and targets in Cyprus. And the most important aspect of this, the aspect of this strategy has been to wage economic warfare by targeting the very visible symbols of these Gulf monarchies, which is their hotels, their airports, in some cases refineries as well. So while they have used the mosaic strategy to target the military bases of the US in the region, the US has multiple bases across West Asia. They have targeted those using drones and missiles. What the Iranians have also done, and this is very key to the strategy, that is to raise the costs for all the Gulf sheikdoms in the region, to raise the cost of this war, to bring the war to their doorstep. This is something that they have not faced in several years, at least since the 1991 Gulf War. So they have raised the cost of this by attacking the infrastructure, by attacking commercial targets inside all of these countries. And of course, the most important aspect of that is the warning to tanker traffic that move through the Straits of Hormuz, which is, of course, where 20% of the world's oil and natural gas flow through. So this is Iran responding to the Israel-US strategy of decapitation, the destruction of their drone and missile capabilities, and, of course, direct attacks on their military infrastructure by resorting to regime continuity, by a mosaic strategy to continue their drone and missile attacks, and, of course, economic warfare, targeting a range of countries in the region to trigger off economic crisis over there and bring up pressure on the US and Israel to cease and desist their operations. It remains to be seen which side will actually prevail in their strategy, because the conduct of these operations is going to be decided by which strategy prevails. Will it be the Israel-US strategy or will it be Iran's strategy? This is going to literally decide how this war is going to play out in West Asia.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Trump warns Iran, says US troops may be deployed if needed. Iran shuts Hormuz Strait, oil tankers stranded, global energy crisis fears rise. Iran launches major airstrike on Qatar and Dubai with ballistic missiles.
The Great Nicobar controversy. Can India's biggest island project balance growth and nature hand in hand? With the National Green Tribunal clearing the 81,000 crore port and defence project on Great Nicobar Island, a high-stakes debate takes centre stage. Development versus a fragile ecosystem. In the latest issue, India Today examines the key questions behind one of India's most ambitious projects. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speedy delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
India Today, I'm Anjali Istiwal and with me is Suesha Sawant. It's day 4 of the war in Middle East and West Asia. And as the tensions escalate, one good news coming in. Indians from Dubai have landed. First set of tourists have returned to India. So that's a good news.
Oh yes, absolutely. But certainly on day 4, Anjali, no signs of de-escalation yet. Rather, strategic targets that are now being aimed at. We'll get our viewers the very latest. First, a quick check of the headlines. Day 4 of US-Israel versus Iran war. Israeli and US forces release video of the attack. US missile hits Iran military vehicle. Iran army vehicles targeted and struck.
After B-2 bombers and bunker busters, Trump flaunts deadly ammo against Iran. Says ammunition supply never been higher.
Brings back passengers stranded in West Asian nations. Air India lands in Delhi with passengers who were stranded in Dubai. Emirates' 5 aircrafts left from Dubai today.
Israel's shadow war in Tehran to kill Khamenei. Traffic cameras turned into spy tools. Cyber intelligence, digital stalking to track Khamenei. Surveillance on Khamenei before strikes.
Sonia Gandhi questions Prime Minister's silence on Khamenei's killing, says government silence not neutral but abdication. Sonia expresses doubts on India's foreign policy. Sonia calls silence by the Modi government disturbing. All right.
right, and first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. Netanyahu and Defense Minister of Israel, who have approved IDF move to seize additional areas in Lebanon. In fact, Israel now expanding ground operations to prevent any Hezbollah fire on border settlements. Israel now warning Hezbollah will pay heavy price for attacks. IDF is all set to create buffer zones to defend Galilee settlements. This is the latest that is just coming in, as Israel is all set to up the ante against pro-Iran groups, especially the threat of the Hezbollah, where a strong statement has been made of how they will have to pay heavy consequences in a scenario that they do get active. Anjali, really important at this point, given the fact that Israel has, of course, said that sending the troops on the ground is not something that they are aiming at, but a strong warning coming into the Hezbollah.
Right. So clearly when they said that they won't send boots to the ground was for Iran, but it seems Lebanon is fair play right now for Israel. Remember, they share a border, and because of that, the southern part of Lebanon is where they first moved in. But now what we are hearing is that they might be moving into the northern side as well. And Israel is clearly choosing to create a buffer so that they can ensure there is safety for their people, the settlements which are closer to the border of Lebanon. We know overnight there were strikes by Hezbollah. Hezbollah also claimed that that happened, and also Israel also confirmed that there were strikes, but they were neutralized. And Hezbollah has also jumped into the war as a proxy to support Iran. So clearly, Israel now ensuring that it opens front against Hezbollah as well. And it has been sending out warnings to the people who are living in Lebanon to clear certain areas which they identify as possible Hezbollah locations. They've been giving out warnings saying stay away from it, evacuate, stay 300 meters at least away from these zones.
In fact, the biggest fear at this point is also proxy activation, Hezbollah pressure that is coming in, Iraqi militias, Houthis threatening Red Sea routes. And that is the biggest concern coming in, as the IDF is now putting a very strong warning to the Hezbollah, saying that they will pay a heavy price for the attacks. IDF is all set to create buffer zones to defend the Galilee settlements. Anjali, this is important because the approval has now come in. The IDF is all set to seize additional areas in Lebanon, and Israel is going to expand ground operations to prevent Hezbollah fire on border settlements. This, as we clearly understand, that Israel, in its strategy, is very clearly aiming at the fact that ground troops will not be moved. It will largely be air operations. But in terms of ground operations and how now they are planning it, in order to prevent Hezbollah fire on border settlements, where they say that they will be creating buffer zones to defend Galilee settlements.
Right, and earlier reports had also come in of the Lebanese troops moving back from their forward locations as far as the border areas were concerned, borders that are shared between Israel and Lebanon. So that is also an indication of, obviously, an anticipation of some sort of a movement or attack that might come in from Israel. Now, let's try and understand which are the West Asia conflict zones. If you look at it, where is the skirmishes? Where are the skirmishes happening? Where is it exactly that we see conflict? Well, of course, Israel, the country which is involved in the operation and activation of an attack on Iran. So Israel itself, in fact, calls this Operation Rising Lion. It has a separate nomenclature other than US. Then, of course, there is Qatar, which is host of a base for US, which was also hit. Then there is Bahrain, which has also seen attacks because of hosting of a base. And these are some of the countries, and if you can take it forward.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Dubai, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, of course, Lebanon, Oman, Cyprus. Now, why this is important is because let's understand that as far as US bases are concerned, they have already been hit when it comes to the Gulf monarchies. And now, as they're contemplating of whether action is what they need to take, or getting the talks to the diplomatic table is what is now being considered. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in, Anjali. Air India all set to bring back 149 Indians from Dubai. In fact, that process is already underway, is what we are learning. First, Air India flight from Dubai that has just landed in Delhi stranded passengers who've been flown in from Dubai. Certainly good news coming in, because as far as India is concerned, politics set aside, Anjali, the focus largely is on ensuring the safety of Indian diaspora to be able to bring back as many Indians, especially those in vulnerable zones. And while these flights are flying, Air India having just brought back that first flight, the pictures on your screens of how they have safely landed in New Delhi, Anjali.
It's a relief definitely for the families and for the passengers themselves. Let's cut across to India Today's Amit Bharadwaj, who is right now outside the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi. Amit, do tell us, what is the sign of relief or respite that you're seeing amongst the passengers who have disembarked? Have you been able to speak to anyone?
Well, Anjali, I have not only one good news, but rather three good news. So, Air India has operated 2 flights from Dubai today. Number one craft that flew early in the morning brought back nearly 143 Air India crew members from Air India and Air India Express. So that flight had landed safely in Delhi. It was a Delhi-Dubai flight. The second flight that we are showing the visuals to our viewers is AI 9160. This flew from Dubai, landed in Delhi, and 149 passengers, stranded passengers, were brought back to their homes, to their loved ones safely, and with all possible comfort that was possible in scenario and circumstances of this sort. And I did speak to the passengers when they landed here at IGI Airport. They were speaking about the conditions there, the sound of bombardments that they heard, and they were really concerned, emotionally also. In a way completely drained out. One such family was of a couple with a very young child, a boy child, and they were saying that they are really happy to be back in their home country, homeland. And the third information that I have to share with you is of the Oman Air. The Oman Air's flight has landed in Delhi as we speak. This was Muscat-Delhi flight. Now, why this becomes very important is that Oman Air, remember, had started a special bus fleet for the passengers who were stuck in and around Dubai, and they had chosen Sharjah as a point for that. So the passengers were asked if at all they could reach Sharjah. From Sharjah, this special bus fleet had brought many of these passengers to Muscat, from where the flight operations are happening now in a much more safer environment. So that Oman Air's Muscat-Delhi flight has landed as well. I believe the passengers must be going through the immigration process right now. And after that, you will see them stepping out of the international arrivals gate at IGI's T3 terminal. So these are very important updates. And for our viewers' understanding, these numbers will further increase because Indigo is supposed to fly 4 special flights from Jeddah, which are bound for Mumbai, Ahmedabad and Hyderabad. The details of those flights are not being shared by Indigo, possibly because there are multiple government agencies involved in this process, and they don't want to, by any means jeopardize the entire process. And even on India Today, we are breaking this story of the flights entering or coming to the, Indian cities only when they enter the Indian airspace. So for Air India, AI 916, once it entered the Indian airspace, we told our viewers, as well as this particular flight, Oman Air, once it entered the in Indian airspace, we told the story of these passengers being, returning to India. So there's Indigo, 4 flights, and there are 4 more flights of SpiceJet, which is supposed to fly from Fujairah today to different destinations in India, including Delhi and Kochi. So there are different aircraft that are flying back to the country, but the bigger concern is whether we can get our numbers increased as far as the Dubai scenario is concerned, because we saw as to how Emirates had, their 5 of their flights actually flying out of Dubai. You had 2 of Air India flights flying out of Dubai, and in fact this morning Mumbai-Dubai flight of Emirates had landed there safely, but 3 of the Indian flights which were bound for Dubai had to turn back. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Amit, for all those details. So clearly, there are Indians now who are returning, and as they come in, as they enter the Indian airspace, we bring you all the details. Now, with the entire West Asia engulfed in the US-Israel versus Iran conflict, global flight operations remain under strain. First flight of Air India with stranded passengers from Dubai landed in the morning, and now subsequently more flights are landing. 149 passengers, including crew members of Air India Express, have also returned home. A flight from Muscat also arrived at Delhi's IGI airport today.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Operations at Dubai International Airport and Abu Dhabi International Airport partially resumed after recent disruptions, even as the threat of strikes loom large. The impact on Indian aviation that has been significant. One Emirates flight from Mumbai that has landed in Dubai. 3 to 4 Dubai-bound Emirates inbound flights from Delhi, Chennai and Bengaluru have returned to India after reports of blasts, following reports of explosions in Riyadh after a drone attack. Flights bound for Saudi Arabia have returned after they took off globally. Operations of Qatar Airways remain suspended over closure of airspace in Qatar. On Monday alone, 357 flights that were cancelled, adding to 444 cancellations the previous day and 411 the day before that. Now, among Indian carriers, Air India Express that has resumed services to and from Muscat starting today. However, Air India operations that will remain suspended until the end of the day.
Meanwhile, Indigo is operating 10 special relief flights from Saudi Arabia to India. These flights are aimed at bringing back stranded passengers subject to necessary approvals and prevailing airspace conditions.
इंडियन टूरिस्ट लोग अभी भी वहाँ फंसे हुए हैं, तो उन लोगों को अगर यूएई गवर्नमेंट उनका स्टे का कॉस्ट वगैरह उठा ले तो थोड़ा उनके लिए हेल्पफुल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि एवरीथिंग इज वेरी कॉस्टली ओवर देयर, है ना। सिचुएशन उतना खराब नहीं है जितना, लेकिन इंटरसेप्शंस और ये सब तो हो रहे हैं, है ना, लेकिन बहुत ही रेयर है, मतलब कोई किसी इलाके में हो रहा है, कभी किसी इलाके में हो रहा है, इस टाइप पे है। तो 28 को हमारा वापसी था, लेकिन हम लोग अभी आए, अभी हम लोग का 4 दिन से हम लोग वहाँ रुके हुए थे। रियली एयर इंडिया को बहुत ही मैं ग्रेटफुल हूँ कि उन लोगों ने इतना अच्छा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और जैसे तैसे हम लोग को लेके आए वहाँ से।
I didn't receive any notification till yet, so now I have to go back because I didn't receive any notification, anything.
Right.
So we will see from my company, because my company provide this ticket.
सब कुछ ऑपरेशनल है वहाँ पर, सब कुछ ऑपरेशनल है और रूम्स वगैरह सब अवेलेबल है, तो हम लोग को स्टे मिल गया था, बट वी हैव टू बेयर द कॉस्ट।
And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Tehran's Motahari hospital that has been damaged by explosion nearby. In fact, details that are just coming in of how the Tehran hospital that stands damaged in the Israeli strike. Glass shattered, charred rooms, beds are broken, equipment that is ruined in strikes. Those pictures on our screens, Anjali, of how the hospital has taken a complete hit.
Right. Remember, this is the hospital that was reported to have been struck by this strikes initially as well. Now, these pictures are now coming in finally. In fact, WHO had said that they will try to independently verify if hospitals have been struck or not. But this is important that Iran chooses to release pictures of hospitals being struck after it chooses to show pictures of certain funerals of students, girl students being hit. So now we see on our screens visual of a hospital that was possibly targeted by Israeli strikes and US strikes. So the question that will be raised is, are the civilian infrastructures also under attack? Were they damaged in the initial strike as well? While pictures of it are now finally coming to the fore, which Iran claims is because of the strikes that happened due to Israel and US.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And, you know, while we hear the different stakeholders saying that they don't want to cause any harm to the civilian population, but this becomes extremely sensitive because this is a direct damage to a hospital where many of those patients may have been recovering. Although we do understand, Anjali, that as far as the Motahari hospital is concerned, the WHO is still to issue a statement confirming direct hit. Of course, earlier we had seen how the Gandhi hospital had been confirmed damaged and was later evacuated. Motahari hospital again is among those medical facilities that is under assessment, and there now the Iranian authorities having released these pictures of the sort of damage that has come into this hospital. Those pictures on your screens of how the ceiling has broken, the shards of glass that are all over, and why the hospital has been evacuated, but this is the extent of damage caused.
Right, and this gives an opportunity to Iran to appeal to the international community, and this is the reason why these visuals are coming to the fore, because Iran is now continuously asking the international community to put pressure on Israel and on US to stop the strikes. Well, remember, this is a war that is not just fought on the ground through the airspace, but also in media and propaganda. And that's exactly what is happening now. Iran is clearly stating to the world that Israel and US have chosen to hit civilian facilities, and they have also said earlier that they have hit residential areas, school buildings, and now finally there are these visuals that are coming out of hospitals being damaged that you can see on your screen right now. Equipment which is lying scattered around, hospital beds that are damaged, not even a single patient to be seen on the site.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Anjali, let's shift our focus to more breaking news coming in. And details just coming in of how Israel forces continue to pound Lebanon's Beirut. In fact, these pictures caught on camera of how Hezbollah centers were blown away by Israel. Hezbollah command centers that have been completely destroyed in these strikes. The IDF completed a wave of strikes on key Hezbollah centers of gravity in Beirut. Communication components that were used by the Hezbollah's intelligence have been struck.
Well, a short while ago, the IDF of Israel completed a wave of strikes on command centers, weapons storage facilities, and satellite communication components belonging to Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters in Beirut. These assets were operating under civilian cover, is what Israel is claiming. Among the targets struck were communication sites that were being used by Hezbollah as terrorist infrastructure for carrying out attacks, intelligence gathering, and to support its propaganda efforts, according to Israel.
All the targets that have been struck were used by terrorist organizations to plan and execute various attack frameworks against IDF soldiers and Israeli civilians. And this is the latest that is just coming in to how Israeli forces continue to pound Lebanon's Beirut. In fact, Anjali, just a short while ago, we also broke the news of how IDF has issued a strong warning to Hezbollah to ensure that the consequences will be massive in a scenario that they do gather. And while they continue to build bunkers, these are intense strikes that have been carried out in Beirut, especially the southern suburbs and areas that are linked to the Hezbollah. This after the Lebanese group had launched rockets and drones towards northern Israel. All of this caught on camera, those pictures full frame of how Hezbollah centers have now received an all-out blow by Israel. Hezbollah command centers that have been destroyed in these strikes. There were explosions and plumes of smoke that were seen over the southern district of Lebanese capital, which, remember, is Hezbollah's stronghold. And while casualties will be confirmed at a later point, but certainly action being taken by the IDF on an all-out wave of strikes.
Okay, let's dip into some more breaking news coming in from Lebanon. Well, Lebanon is saying that invasion by Israeli troops has happened. So we get a confirmation here from Lebanon as well as to the actions that have been taken by the IDF and Israeli troops. So Lebanon's state-run national news agency had said that Lebanese army is evacuating the advanced positions along the Israeli border. Earlier also we mentioned how Israel and Lebanon share a border, and the southern part of the Lebanon is what was at stake. And now the agency is saying that the troops are redeploying to other posts and moving away from the border with Israel. The report comes after Israel's military said it is conducting operations inside Lebanon along the border with Israel.
So that is a direct confirmation on how Israel has gone on to strike Lebanon, and now they are clearly moving from those outposts, from the border area. Now remember, that happens to be a stronghold of the Hezbollah. IDF also saying that there is an all-out offensive against Hezbollah infrastructure and southern Beirut suburbs that are particularly being evacuated while these strikes continue. But that's the confirmation coming in from Lebanon clearly on how they have now cleared. There's this news agency that has gone on to put out details of how the troops are being redeployed to other posts, and the military has said that it is conducting operations inside Lebanon along the border with Israel.
Now, this is definitely a worrying situation as the war definitely now is spreading. So it is not just about striking Hezbollah from within Israel's borders. Now Israel is moving into Lebanon. It is taking over certain forward posts of Lebanon. And the troops, Lebanese army troops, this is to be noted, these troops are of Lebanese army, are moving back. They're evacuating their positions and they're moving and they're being redeployed to other positions. So the attack that was earlier only initiated toward Hezbollah, now it seems there is a movement of the Israeli troops within Lebanon. Would this go forward? Will it just be the southern area of Lebanon, or will it move forward to the north side as well? That remains to be seen, but it is clear that IDF and the Israeli troops are not ready to back down.
And while we await that confirmation, there are details of how there have been casualties that have been reported in Lebanon as part of the Israeli strikes and clashes. But again, the exact confirmation coming in. However, this move that has led to how the Lebanese army has now decided to redeploy its other troops, and they are moving away from the border area, from a southern part of where Israel is primarily targeting, because that happens to be the stronghold of the Hezbollahs. A strong warning that has come in from Israel to also say that they should not get active, because that, remember, activation of proxies, that happens to be the biggest fear at this point, and which is why the southern districts of Lebanese capital, especially Dahiyeh, which is a stronghold of the Hezbollah, has received a hit. Now, the Lebanese government has also condemned Hezbollah's actions and called for the group to disarm, while lamenting the widening violence. And for the very reason we've heard of how the troops are now being redeployed.
Right. Now, let's go back to understand why this all started. The initiation of this entire conflict. Well, it was the death of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by the US and Israeli forces. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei was killed in an airstrike targeting his compound in downtown Tehran on February 28th. However, Israel's plot to kill Khamenei has been ongoing for many years, as per UK media reports. As per Financial Times report, Israel spent years hacking Tehran's traffic cameras and penetrating mobile phone networks to monitor movements of Iran's Supreme Leader and his security detail ahead of his assassination.
And nearly all traffic cameras in Tehran that had been hacked for years together, with footage encrypted and transmitted to servers in Tel Aviv and southern Israel. Take a look at how this plot was actually being hatched for many years to reach that point to be able to locate Khamenei. Israel's Kill Khamenei plot, where Tehran traffic cameras were being used as spy tools. Israel spent years together hacking Tehran's key traffic cameras. Israel hacked all the traffic cameras in Tehran in order to locate Khamenei's movements. Israel monitored Khamenei from traffic cameras, where his entourage was moving, how the cars were moving. CCTV footage that was sent to Israeli servers. Israel had been hacking phone networks in order to monitor Khamenei's movement. And remember, this was not just an overnight operation. This was not just something that had been happening for months, but something that had been happening for years. They had been hacking those important traffic cameras, the CCTV footage, all the movement of the entourage, of how the entire envoy of Khamenei was moving. They had been tracking every single detail of where all they move, where the important meetings happen, what happens when he moves to his residence, and all of that, joining the dots together, is how they tracked that particular movement to where Khamenei was holding that high security meeting, and that's when they struck.
Right, absolutely. So clearly an attack that was deliberate and after months and years of planning. Now, on the day of 4th of On the day 4, of Operation Epic Fury, as US calls it, US continues to bomb key Iranian targets. US and Israel have now launched strikes at key military targets in Iran. The Israeli Air Force eliminated soldiers from the defense area of Iran. The Air Force aircraft attacked and neutralized a squad of soldiers from Iran. Israel Air Force continues to attack sites of fire arrays and Iranian ballistic missile launchers. They are focusing on those key areas as their targets. Last night, it is believed US B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. US said it will destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
US forces have said that they are now hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly and unapologetically. US has further said that Operation Epic Fury was now laser focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. US forces have also hit Iranian warship deployed in Gulf of Oman and said that they will continue to defend their assets. Meanwhile, India Today's special animated video shows the bird's eye view of the war in the last 3 days. Take a look.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's an Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
I hear the people are
Okay, we have breaking news coming in. It seems that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Defense Minister of Israel have approved the IDF to move to seize additional areas in Lebanon. Remember, already Israeli forces are there in Lebanon, especially the southern part, and they had said that we will occupy the northern part as well if required, and there will be parallel actions and there will be a buffer zone created. Now we know that the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister have given a go-ahead to the Israeli forces, and Israel is expanding its ground operations and moving into Lebanon, and the idea is to prevent Hezbollah to fire on border settlements. There are many Israeli settlements of Jews that are there on the border with Lebanon that are under fire, and this is what worries Israel.
Absolutely. Israel has even warned Hezbollah that they will have to pay heavy price for the attacks. The IDF is all set to create buffer zones to defend the Galilee settlements. In fact, the confirmation that has also come in from Lebanon, who said that the invasion by Israeli troops has been ongoing. The strikes have been multiple. Lebanon state-run national news agency that has said that Lebanese army is evacuating advanced positions along Israeli border. The agency has said that the troops are redeploying to other posts. The report that comes after Israel's military has said that it is conducting operations inside Lebanon along the border with Israel. So this is the confirmation that is coming in fact, from both sides, to how not just the Lebanon troops have decided to move, they will be redeployed, but also the fact that Israel is going all out, especially because the southern part along the border is the Hezbollah stronghold, and that is why the warning also coming in from Hezbollah that they will face massive consequences, but there should be no proxy activation.
But clearly Hezbollah had jumped into this entire conflict, and now joining us is Mayan Hoffman, and she's joining us live from Jerusalem. Thank you very much, Ms. Hoffman, for speaking with India today. So it seems that you are on your way to some place, but do tell us what is the situation there in Israel, the key cities, and also the fact that IDF is finally now moving into Lebanon. So the threat from Hezbollah, is it huge?
All right, not too sure if Mayan Hoffman is still connected with us. Clearly, Anjali, she has been moving from one point to the other, also driving at that, and we are hoping to reconnect that line with her. But remember, this is exceedingly important, and of course, Mayan would be able to give us a better sense of what exactly is it along the border, especially with regards to the continuous strikes on part of the IDF, of how Israel is going all out to target that particular belt, but also how the Lebanese army is now reacting. Now, why IDF is doing this? They are saying that they are hitting the Hezbollah command centers, weapon storage, senior operatives, and that is why they are launching these attacks, because they are very clear that there should be no proxy activation, especially when it comes to the Hezbollah. There have been many of those explosions that you see, plumes of smoke in the sky, especially along the southern districts of Lebanese capital. There have been several casualties, but that, of course, is a confirmation that will come in. IDF saying that it is a targeted offensive against the Hezbollah infrastructure, and that is why they are going on to target this particular belt. But we also take a look at how US is targeting those strategic locations in Iran and the sort of weaponry that is being used, Anjali.
Right, absolutely. Let's try and understand why and where US is targeting. So target number one is Iran's ballistic missiles. Iran has a wide array of ballistic missiles, whether it is short range, medium range, or long range. It does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, but it has the arsenal and firepower. Target number two, maritime mining capabilities. What is that? Well, Iran is capable of laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz if required. It uses small submarines to do that, and that is another target for the US that it wants to destroy. Target number three, the air defense system of Iran. Any country's air defense system is their first line of defense against air strikes, and we have seen US and Israel breach that earlier also, but they want to completely destroy it. But the air power of Iran is still activated. That is worrisome for US. Target number four, command and control networks of all the forces, whether it is the Revolutionary Guard Corps or other forces. They are trying to completely destroy the command and control networks. This is what Donald Trump has said in front of the Congress. It had to inform what all are their targets.
Right. And I'm being told, Anjali, that Mayan Hoffman is back with us on the broadcast. We, of course, saw you, Mayan, a short while ago as you continue to drive from one location to the other. But Mayan, I would like to see you on the screen, of course, to our team also, to get a sense of what exactly is the border situation like, especially with the back-to-back strikes along the border. This, of course, as the IDF issues a strong warning to Hezbollah to ensure that they will face strong consequences if they don't back off. And even the Lebanese army, we now understand, they are redeploying their troops and moving them away from the border.
100%. So as you mentioned before, there was just a statement put out by the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, letting us know that that the Netanyahu and the defense establishment has approved us going further into Lebanon to take hold of some of the key Hezbollah strongholds in order to ensure that more missiles don't hit the residents of the region. As I was driving, as I'm still driving now, we just had a direct strike on some homes in the Galilee, some apartment buildings. 4 people were injured in that attack, one of them a little bit more seriously than the rest. According to Magen David Adom, our response team, we're just getting initial reports on that happened just now. You have to remember that the majority of the residents of northern Israel, the Galilee and the Golan, the communities on the border with Lebanon, were evacuated for more than a year and a half during the beginning of the war. When Hezbollah joined the war against Hamas on October 8th, they started shooting rockets, deadly rockets, for really the better part of a year and plus, a year and a half. In November 2025, we signed a ceasefire. The Lebanese government was committed to disarming Hezbollah, but has not successfully managed to. And just yesterday, Hezbollah announced that it was going to join Iran in the fight against Israel. And we started to see rockets all night long. We have had rockets coming in from Lebanon into northern Israel, whereas we had relative quiet in central Israel and Jerusalem. We did have the Hezbollah rockets all night in the north. Today, we also had a drone come from Lebanon into the central area of the city. We were all forced to go into our shelters last minute as that drone came into the main part of Israel.
Right. Mayan, do also tell us what kind of cooperation or non-cooperation is Israel facing as far as Lebanese army is concerned? Because we do understand, although it is separate from Hezbollah, but Lebanese army, is it moving back voluntarily, and what is really happening there?
Yeah, so my understanding is as follows. What they're saying is that the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army are actually on Israel's side. Of course, they don't want to see an escalation, and you've seen calls from Lebanon against Hezbollah asking them not to get involved in the war. But you have to remember that the Lebanese army is weak. One of the reasons that they haven't been able to disarm Hezbollah up until now is because, first of all, there are some Shia factions within the Lebanese army that are supportive of Hezbollah. Second of all, they're not a strong enough army to be able to counter Hezbollah. So what we're seeing is that even though there are calls from the Lebanese to stop, for Hezbollah to stop, they aren't being effective, and therefore Hezbollah is continuing the fight with more and more drones and rockets being fired into Israel.
Right.
Right. Mayan, many thanks for joining us at this point. And of course, we keep coming back to you for further updates. Fast-paced developments that have been coming in, and the most striking pictures that come in on day 4 of the war. Let's quickly take you through it. The conflict in West Asia that is escalating, both sides on the offensive. 50 top images coming in from all fronts.
Fresh explosions were heard in Iran's Isfahan. After Natanz, Isfahan was reportedly bombed as well. Remember, Isfahan is home to a key nuclear research site, and Tehran claims that the nuclear facility was struck.
Amid the raging war, a magnitude of 4.3 earthquake that struck Iran's Jerash region with tremors that were felt in surrounding areas.
Hezbollah has claimed responsibility for launching drones at Israel overnight. According to the IDF, 2 drones originating from Lebanon were intercepted, and there were no reports of any impacts in Israel. Hezbollah says it targeted an Israeli air traffic control base on Mount Meron and Ramat David Air Base.
Amid the ongoing war, Israel has said that it is not considering deploying ground forces in Iran, calling a ground offensive impractical, and emphasized that airstrikes remain its primary military strategy.
Oman State News Agency reported that several drones targeted fuel tanks at the Duqm commercial port. One of the drones struck a fuel tank, but the resulting damage has been contained.
Amid the crisis, Cyprus is on high alert after a drone struck multiple areas of the British Royal Air Force Base in Akrotiri.
2% inside her.
France plans to send anti-missile and anti-drone defense systems to Cyprus. French Foreign Minister Catherine Barrot stated that France is ready to defend its partners if assistance is requested, noting that around 400,000 French nationals are present in regions affected by the Middle East crisis.
China has expressed diplomatic support for Iran in the West Asia conflict, saying it supports Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and urged the United States and Israel to immediately stop military actions and prevent further escalation.
Floors and beds at Tehran's Motahari hospital was scattered with shattered glass and fallen ceiling boards after it was evacuated a day earlier following a nearby strike. The World Health Organization said it is working to verify reports of damage to the hospital.
A complete shutdown that has been observed in Poonch to mourn the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and to protest against Israel and the US. Police and CRPF are on high alert to deal with any situation and maintain law and order.
Israel's IDF is now attacking in Tehran and Beirut simultaneously. The Air Force has now begun a wave of extensive strikes against the Iranian terror regime and the Hezbollah terror organization.
A drone attack targeted a US military base near Iraq's Erbil airport amid West Asia crisis.
Satellite and aerial images of the ongoing Iran-Israel war show how only a few days of intense strikes have devastated key military facilities and infrastructure in Iran. Before and after imagery highlights the rapid expansion of the conflict and how the war is spreading across West Asia.
Iran says that school children were killed in a US-Israeli airstrike on a girls' elementary school in Minab. Iranian state media reported that the death toll at the school has risen to 165, many of them being young girls.
According to Iranian state media, 5 members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have been killed in US-Israeli strikes.
After the B-2 bombers and bunker buster strikes, Trump flaunted the US ammunition supply against Iran, saying that ammo levels have never been higher and that the US has a virtually unlimited supply of munitions.
After Iran hit Saudi oil refineries, satellite images show damage at Ras Tanura oil refinery in Saudi Arabia and other facilities.
Aramco plant.
After the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, people in Baghdad, especially in Shiite majority neighborhoods, continue to hold mourning processions and public gatherings.
A commercial airplane took off from Beirut amid rising smoke and loud explosions shortly after Israeli airstrikes hit the Lebanese capital.
Amid the West Asia war escalation, Air India is bringing back its stranded passengers. Air India flight AI 916 has reached Delhi with stranded Indian passengers.
IDF continues to target Hezbollah operatives in Lebanon. Israel reportedly targeted weapons depots and other infrastructure across the country. In the latest video, a thick smoke can be seen rising from a building after strikes in Beirut's Dahia.
Allahu Akbar.
Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on the Hezbollah-dominated southern suburbs of Lebanon. People heard warplanes and bombs being dropped as airstrikes were carried out over wide swaths of the south of the country, collapsing buildings in villages near Tyre.
Israel carried out attack on Hezbollah hideouts in Beirut after the Iran-backed Lebanese group launched missiles and drones towards Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader. IDF is targeting command centers and weapons storage facilities of Hezbollah.
With the latest thermal imagery accessed by India today, Operation Epic Fury seems to be laser-focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. US forces have claimed that they are hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly and unapologetically.
US forces have released video of destroying Iran's naval fleet in the Gulf of Oman. American military says it struck 11 Iranian Navy ships as part of its strike. United States justified the attack and said Iranian regime harassed and attacked international shipping in the Gulf of Oman for decades.
Amid the ongoing conflict between US, Israel and Iran, the Iraqi resistance group claimed that they carried out drone strike on hotel housing US troops in Erbil region of Iraq.
Iraqi resistance group Saraya Aulia al-Dam released footage of targeting the US-run Victoria base near Baghdad International Airport.
UAE air defenses are currently dealing with missile threats. The government has urged all citizens and residents are requested to remain in safe places and not leave until instructions are issued by competent authorities.
US Department of State has urged all Americans to immediately depart more than a dozen countries in West Asia. The latest advisory applies to United Arab Emirates, UAE, Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the occupied West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria and Yemen.
Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi shared an aerial image showing rows of freshly dug graves. Iran claims that 160 innocent young girls who were killed in the US-Israel bombing of a primary school.
Well, that's all we have for you in this bulletin. But as the tensions in Middle East and West Asia escalate, we will be keeping an eye on whatever comes in all the news updates.
Do stay tuned for further news and updates.
love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Trump warns Iran, says US troops may be deployed if needed. Iran shuts Hormuz Strait, oil tankers stranded, global energy crisis fears rise. Iran launches major airstrike on Qatar and Dubai with ballistic missiles.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships they're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 35 and minimum 15 degrees. Mumbai maximum 29 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata maximum 35 and minimum 20 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 32 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 35 and minimum 21 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hi, good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned to India Today. I'm Suesha Samant with my colleague Anjali Ishtwal in the studio as we get you all the updates on day 4 of the US-Israel versus Iran war, where there are clearly no signs of de-escalation, rather target expansion, strategic targets that are now being looked out for. Not just this, economic shockwaves continue as the Gulf states watch on very carefully.
Now let's begin this bulletin with the top headlines of this hour. Day 4 of US-Israel versus Iran war. Israeli and US forces release video of attack. US missile hits Iran military vehicle. Iran army vehicles targeted and struck.
Lebanon says ground invasion by Israeli troops, says our army evacuating advanced positions. Now Israel army conducting operations inside Lebanon.
After B-2 bombers and bunker busters, Trump flaunts deadly ammunition against Iran, says ammo supply never been higher.
Air India brings back passengers stranded in West Asian nations. Air India lands in Delhi with passengers who were stranded in Dubai. Emirates' 5 aircrafts left from Dubai today.
Israel's shadow war in Tehran to kill Khamenei. Traffic cameras turned into spy tools. Cyber intel. Digital stalking to track Khamenei. Surveillance on Khamenei before the strikes.
Sonia Gandhi questions Prime Minister's silence on Khamenei killing, says government silence not neutral but abdication. Sonia expresses doubts on India's foreign policy. Sonia calls silence by Modi government quote-unquote disturbing. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in the aftermath of brutal attacks on Beirut that are being reported. Israel continues to batter Beirut, where we are now learning of how schools and hospitals are charred in these attacks. Those are the pictures on your screens. Plumes of black smoke from Beirut buildings, smoke and damage in Beirut's southern suburbs.
So remember, IDF has clearly stated that they will be moving into Lebanon, although they are calling it a tactical step to control Hezbollah. So these are the visuals that we are getting you from Lebanon. Lebanon is where Hezbollah is headquartered. And this is what IDF is saying now. It had warned Hezbollah from entering the attack and attacking Israel. But Hezbollah overnight had targeted Israel with rockets. And because of that, now IDF is attacking Lebanon. And these are the visuals that we are getting from Beirut, where we can see mayhem, we can see destruction, we can see buildings have collapsed. There have been attacks by Israeli forces into Beirut, but not just aerial attacks. Now we are learning that the Lebanese army is also slowly moving back, leaving certain posts vacant and redeploying themselves to other areas and letting the Israeli forces make that what they call tactical step.
And let's now get you details of how the Hezbollah, state within a state Shia radical group based in Lebanon, has pledged allegiance to Iran's Supreme Leader, primarily targeting the Israeli army. Civilians, a US-identified terrorist organization resistant to Western influence, bombed Israel in support of the Hamas. So primarily it is the proxy activation of the Hezbollah that the IDF is now claiming that they want to stop. That is why the very reason that we see how the border areas, especially that are heavily controlled by the Hezbollah, are now being targeted by the IDF, where they say that they are doing this as a tactical move. So much so that as far as the Lebanese government or the Lebanese army is concerned, they have widely moved their troops from those areas that are heavily controlled by the Hezbollah. But now Lebanon in that fix as IDF is going on to target this particular belt.
Right. So Hezbollah, as we all know, Its military wing was considered, in fact, stronger than Lebanese army, and this is what has been always a worry, a concern for Israel. So now we know that IDF has decided that they will move against Hezbollah. Well, it seems now there are visuals coming in from Iran which are showing, or rather, these are claims made by Iran where civilians have been targeted by the Israeli and US strikes. Now, this is from the first wave of strikes that this claim is made. These are mourners in the Iranian city of Minab. They were carrying coffins adorned with photographs of young children that, according to them, were killed during airstrikes. Now, this funeral happened on March 3rd. During a funeral procession, the photographs of the victims or the girls who were in a school were put in the procession. And on the other side, you see the visual of rows of graves, freshly dug graves of apparently these schoolgirls who got the funeral procession, as you see on your screens.
Oh yes, so far as is being reported, 160 girls in that school who lost their lives as a result of these strikes. Trucks transporting the coffins arrived as large crowds gathered at the Hormozgan province, where people held up pictures and waved flags as they walked alongside the vehicles. The coffins were later brought to the main procession site, where funeral prayers were underway, as Iran is claiming that 160 young schoolgirls lost their lives in this strike.
When you prevent them from joining a riot that can take their lives, these are the things that they have been trying to take away from us. But Iranians have seen through that, and the West has shown its true face. So this is actually, all of this it's happening at a very good time of our country. We have had over the course of the years the shrinking of.
So the visuals that you see on your screen right now, two set of visuals. One of a funeral procession that happened for these girls, 160 schoolgirls in the region of Minab. And the other picture that you see is of those 160 freshly dug graves as they were being dug. According to Iran, these girls were part of the strikes that happened. They were targeted. So claims from Iran of civilian casualties, and that too of schoolgirls.
These are the things that they have been trying to.
And yes, on day 4 of Operation Epic Fury, US continues to bomb key Iranian targets. US and Israel have now launched strikes at key military targets in Iran. The Israeli Air Force eliminated soldiers from the defense array of Iran. The Air Force aircraft attacked and neutralized a squad of soldiers from Iran. Israel Air Force continues to attack sites of fire arrays and Iranian ballistic missile launchers. Last night, US B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. US said it will destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
US forces said that they are now hitting Iran surgically, overwhelmingly and unapologetically. US further said that Operation Epic Fury was now laser focused on destroying Iran's offensive missiles. US forces also hit Iranian warship deployed in Gulf of Oman and said that they will continue to defend their assets. Meanwhile, India Today's special animated video will soon be showing you the bird's eye view of the war in the last 3 days.
We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's an Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
So like you just heard from Donald Trump and Marco Rubio, to what exactly the aim for the US in this war is when it comes to targeting Iran. It is primarily about their ballistic missiles capability. That is their #1 target, to ensure that Iran gets rid of it. Not just that, they also said that it is about stopping the manufacture of further ballistic missile capabilities. And that is why they're also targeting the maritime mining capabilities, because they say that not only is it to stop Iran from the current combat capability, but also to ensure that they do not carry on. The air defense system, of course, as the US said, also saying that it is their naval